marijuana. Myths that lull thousands of young people into experimenting with obnoxious weed. Marijuana is an intoxicating, mind-muddling drug. Its use can lead to abnormal behavior, to psychological dependence, and to abuse of other drugs.
Alright, I think we're just about ready. What's up, everybody? I'm gonna go ahead and start from the very beginning, from when was it, last week. So, trying to find my place here in the message. Alright, we got some people who sent in some stuff quite a while ago here. Oh, no problem, man. It's all good. Yeah, we got a lot of tracks that have been sent in already, so trying to figure out where we're gonna start here. Where are we gonna start? Alright, so I'll start with the submissions from a week ago. So I don't want to go any later than that. That's pretty much old news. But anything that was sent in a week ago, I'll cover. So if you sent something in within the last week, then that should get covered. Phone is going crazy. I don't know if I got your track, man. I have a lot of tracks in here, so I mean, if you sent it to my PM box, then chances are I got it, but I'm not going to be able to tell right away out of this list if I actually got it. But we're going to start with Actualize. So that is the latest track from last week, or the oldest track here that I have. Sup again, man. So let's go ahead and play this tune here. So we got Summer Dance. I'm going to go ahead and turn my microphone off. Almost forgot. I'm going to go ahead and start off with this one. All right. So overall, I mean, overall, I had a nice kind of vibe to it. A couple of things. People were saying some things here in chat that I kind of agree with as well. There were a couple of things that kind of sounded off key. And one other difference, one thing that I noticed here is the huge difference between the kind of intro and kind of break thing that's happening here between that and the drop. So, I mean, it's cool that you're trying to have, dynamic in your track where you go, from something kind of not as loud to something super loud and trying to get that be in your face. But I think the difference here is a little bit jarring. So not sure what's going on there. You got some highs that are kind of rough as well. So in the vocal chops, for example. So overall, I just kind of felt like it was a bit jarring. And yeah, see, going from this, you wouldn't really expect it to kind of hit that loud. So that kind of threw me off there. Where's that other part that we had here as well? So this is nice. I mean, I really like this vibe here. But overall, I think it's a nice track. I mean, it's got a nice kind of dancey vibe to it. How often do I do lives? Not very often. I mean, whenever I feel like it. What's up, man? Chain Smoker style? Yeah, I mean, kind of. Doesn't have an outro either. Yeah, I mean, it could use an outro. But yeah, I would work on the mix a little bit, some of the levels as well. I would take a look at. So in particular, your very lows and your very highs, because you don't want your super highs to be kind of too piercy loud. And check out your overall balance between these different sections that you have here as well, is what I personally would recommend. But I like the track. I like the kind of vibe of it. So, hi from Italy. What's up, man? Thanks for joining us from Italy. By the way, I just want to mention that I did create a Facebook group. So if you want to join this Facebook group, I didn't really announce it, so we only have like 4 members because I've just been waiting to announce this on a stream. But if you want to join this Facebook group, just go ahead and search this in Facebook and just go ahead and request to join, because it's a closed group, but I'll just filter out those who are gonna be assholes. That's the only reason I have this closed group. But if you want to join, I mean, I'll pretty much accept anybody as long as you follow the rules. You'll be able to share your music there and get reviews and feedback from other people as well. So that's something you're interested in, something that I pretty much started a couple of weeks ago, almost a month ago, but just been waiting to kind of announce that. So I'm gonna put the link in the chat for that as well, if you want to check that out. Anyways, moving on to the next tune. Oh, sorry that it's so late in your time zone, man. It's like 5:30 p.m. for me, so sorry, man. Oh, getting a bunch of requests to join from these guys already. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and accept those after, when I get some time after the stream. Let me go ahead and find my place in a list here so we can go ahead and play the next track. We're at Viren, however that. We've got Alone tagged as ambient, so I always like some ambient stuff. And let me not forget, but remember to mute my microphone.
want me to quit? Is that it? I don't know how we got here. I don't know what happened. I just woke up and this building's falling. I mean, I had a plan. But now I don't. And I have no idea what to do. I don't know what to do, and all I know is I want to stay here. I just want to stay right here with you, 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 right here with you.
All right, that was a super nice track, really ambient, definitely lived up to that tag there. Really nice Foley and stuff as well. Kind of really enjoyed this. I was really kind of drifting out to this. I mean, really nice track, man. Not much to say. I mean, if anything, I would say it just kind of, maybe that piano part over here gets a little bit repetitive. But in this kind of stuff, I don't really think it's a huge deal. I mean, I was jamming to it and it works fine if you're just kind of, droning out to this. I mean, this would be cool. You would just, relax to, study to, whatever. All in all, nice track, man. I mean, it would have been nice if you mixed up the piano a little bit, maybe had some kind of, maybe some higher notes playing, some kind of fluttery, kind of downward arpeggio would have been nice, but that's just me speaking as a producer. As a listener, this was really nice to listen to. It was a really smooth listen, man. Track is cool. Yeah, I love it too, man. I do like it. Yeah, I mean, to each their own.
I want to stay here.
And I like this part with the vocal that you have in here. Nice little thing as well. I'm a sucker for having something like that. It can really make a big difference in setting the vibe and the feeling and the atmosphere using something like that. So, really nice Foley. Yeah, all in all, I mean, I can't really find much else to say. I just really enjoyed listening to it, so I wasn't really actually looking for something that stood out, which maybe I should have, but I was kind of just jamming to this. So, I mean, I think that in itself is already a good sign. Where can I send my SoundCloud link? My account isn't working. I mean, if you want, you can post it. If you want, you can post it to the Facebook group. I mean, because that's also why I made it. Because for the future streams, I'm gonna be using tracks as well that are submitted from the Facebook group. So if you want to send it there, I'll get to those as well in a little bit. Yeah, if you don't have a SoundCloud account, I mean, if you can log in real fast with your Facebook account, that's what I do. It makes it a lot faster. So I hope the gating on my microphone isn't too crazy. I'm going to take that down a little bit. There we go. Alright, should be able to hear that. Alright, who do we got next? That was Viren. Ooh, we got a lot of submissions, guys. It's gonna be a long one again, I can already feel it. Hey, what's up, man? Alright, let's see. Got some stuff going on here. The link for the Facebook group, by the way, is also in the description now, so I've added it. I just accepted you in a group. I'm doing that in between, so if it takes a couple minutes, sorry about that, but... Alright, where was I? We were over here. Alright, cool. So we got Snowball by Credillus. I really don't know too many I's and L's for me to be able to tell what the difference between those is. But here we go. I'm just one guy. Really look for it. Alright, cool. Here we go. Check the chat real quick. Search up Sounds by Sankus. It's in the description, man. Everything you need will be in the description of this video, of this live stream. So, rules, links to my SoundCloud are there. Whoops, I forgot to post a link in the description for the Facebook group. It's there now. Sorry about that. Alright, cool. So now we should be good to go. We got a couple of things posted here. Approval has been granted. Alright, microphone. Everything good to go. Let's play this track. All right, holy moly. All right, so a couple of things to say. Hashtag high sync, it's nice. A couple of things to say. I would again pay attention to the high frequencies. I felt like it was just a little bit too cluttered there in the highs. I mean, maybe there was just too much going on, but here in particular, it just felt a little bit harsh. Especially with the lead and everything. Could just be me, but I felt like I don't know, maybe span your instruments across different octaves. Almost couldn't finish that one there. Have excuse me, different instruments occupying certain octaves, so therefore all your instruments aren't just going to be these trebly sounding sounds. You know what I mean? Otherwise, it just felt like everything was just super loud. So I would just, pay attention to mixing and stuff like that. Writing wise, structure wise, I mean, it flows. It's got an intro. It's got, a breakdown thing, and it's got a drop. So yeah, and I don't know, I wasn't really a huge fan of the vocals, to be honest with you. That's just a nitpick, and just something that stood out to me. But otherwise, I mean, music-wise, it makes sense. So I would take what you have, and I wouldn't necessarily scrap everything. Maybe revisit some of the sounds, and maybe find ways in sound design and mixing to kind of make them work a little bit less harshly together. And by that I mean, again, higher frequencies. And just, take what you have written, the music part, all the MIDI and whatever you've done, and just keep that and just find a better way to make everything kind of mold together. Because, I mean, that's, again, just my personal opinion, and the way I do things is basically just, let me scooch my chair down a little bit so I can talk into the microphone better. What I do is I just, get everything working until I have MIDI and just music things that work, and then afterwards go back and tweak the sounds until it kind of works to my liking. So, yeah, that's that. What we got going on in the chat? Okay, cool. So who do we have next? Let me just accept some of these folks here. All right. So we have, this was Snowball. We have somebody next. Whoops. Where are we? Here we are. All right. We've got Keniza 2017 by CXN. So let's go ahead and line this one up. But yeah, again, towards that last track, that's a common thing that a lot of people will neglect at first, is just making sure those super high piercing frequencies are sitting a little bit tighter, because that's where it can get a little bit too loud on some of the bigger systems and some of the bigger speakers. So don't want to deafen people. But again, otherwise, music-wise, it made sense and it worked. So here we go. Next track. All right, hey, how's it going, everybody? All right, so cool track. Really dig this. I love that bass housey kind of vibe. Not much wrong with this track. I mean, if I want to nitpick, it seems like the whatever sidechaining or whatever is happening, maybe the drastic changes in the sidechain LFO tool or volume tool or whatever you're using causes a little bit of clicking. I mean, this is a dope track. Honestly, that's the only thing I can think of. But parts like this got a little bit of clicking going on. I heard a little bit of a click going on over there, especially in the left channel for some reason. And that happens when you use things like LFO tool or just side chaining that's just very drastic, and then you have some crazy attack on your sound or anything like that, and or some release that kind of bleeds over, and then you get some clicking like that. And that's really just nitpicking, because otherwise I really love this tune, and I was kind of bouncing around the entire time this thing was playing, and it doesn't really get boring for me. So yeah, I like this track, man. Not much else to say besides that, just some clicking happening there, and that's easily solved by some sweet volume kind of fading, which Ableton is really good at because it has a volume fade built into it. So if you're using audio, if you bounce your shit down, you can just fade it in and out and kind of get rid of that stuff. And in FL Studio, same thing. You know, you can just throw a balance on there and kind of shave off or kind of slice it off diagonally, so you kind of fade it in a little bit. Otherwise, man, that was a dope track. Really balanced, yeah. Underrated, man. Yeah, I mean, drums, some people saying the drums are tiny, could have been more present. I mean, I get it in this kind of stuff. The drums are usually kind of shorter and smaller. Maybe you're right, but it didn't really stand out to me, so and you sound nice and tight, but you know, I'm not an expert or anything. This is just doing this for fun and just to share some tunes on here. So anyways, who do we have next? Let's check the community real quick here. What's going on here? All right. Messages. That's where we want to be. Where are we? Here we are. We got NX. Sounds of Life featuring Mist. Some dance and EDM. Let's see what's going on here before I play that. Alright, just some discussion of OTT and Serum and cracks and things like that. Please don't share links to cracks. I'm not gonna say anything because I don't want to sound like a hypocrite or anything like that. All I want is just no links to cracked software in my chat. That's pretty much the only exception. Yeah, I don't care what you do on your own free time. Just please not in this thing. What's up from the West Coast? Yeah, I'm here on the East Coast freezing my ass off, so I'm jelly. Alright, so here we go. We got...
Beauty of mind, kaleidoscope of color, make sense of this new situation. Soft sounding voices, oh how my heart rejoices. New soul dawning, with every feeling I realize my being. Reality created around me, peace and love surround me, the perfect sounds of life, the greatest gift of all.
Alright, that's a long track. It's almost 6 minutes long, so I'm sorry I can't play through this whole thing, but that's an almost 6 minute track, so, yeah. The only thing I have to really say is, I mean, it just kind of drags out. It would be a really nice track if you could kind of condense it a little bit into, I don't know, maybe 4.5 minutes or so, because some of these parts just kind of feel like they drag out. And yeah, a lot of people were saying the kick feels a little bit weak. You could probably have a different choice of the kick there, and it would probably sound a little bit more exciting as well. Maybe a little bit more pumping or something like that. But I mean, it kind of, after a while, I feel like this kind of just like fell flat a little bit. And also finding a way to kind of make those plucks maybe pop out a little bit would maybe make it sound a little bit more exciting as well. So. But the vocals were really nice, and the music, again, behind it was nice. I think it's just the kind of production after writing the music and everything. I'm trying to, again, get those sounds to sound a little bit more exciting. Would maybe, I don't know, be beneficial for it, maybe, because it is a long track. So, I mean, you need something to kind of keep you excited and kind of energized, you know, keep the energy going here. So I guess if I would have to say an overall critique with this track, it would just be like, after a while it just kind of runs out of energy. And that's not to say that, you know, what you did is bad or anything. It's just it may need something to kind of keep that drive going. So what tarnation? That meme, I can't even. Alright, hold on 1 second. I got heartburn, so I gotta get something to get rid of that real quick. Alright. Anyway, so 1 second. Oh, come on. Come on, get out of there. Alright. So let's check out the list here. We had NX last, right? Yeah. Alright, we got Pyrotech next, which is right here. Okay, here we go. Let me check the community page real quick, just to make sure I'm not missing anybody here. Alright, people are posting here as well, so I'm gonna get to those in just a little bit. Once we get to the tracks that have been submitted today, we'll get to those. Where are the requests? Alright, here we go. Oops. Alright, let's get this over here and make some room. And we'll put this over here. Let's see what's going on here. I mean, I don't know how soon we'll get to tracks that you've submitted today, but I do see your name in a list, man. So, at least I see your name in a list right here. So you don't, I mean, if you want to use that track for this stream, then I'll gladly just play that, because that's what I was gonna do anyway. So yeah, that's right, I hate heartburn. Alright, so here we go. Alright, cool track, man. Alright, so something that wasn't really up my alley was the snare. I feel like could have had maybe a bit of better snare in this. It just kind of feels a little doofy to me. I'm not sure if that's the right word to use or not, but otherwise, I mean, nice track. Maybe could have had a little bit more mid-range bass in there or something like that, just kind of fill it out a little bit. I mean, musically it was nice. It was a nice listen. Don't really mind the vocals as much as I think some other people. What is going on with the chat? What are you guys speaking? Hey, I can't understand what you guys are saying, so yeah. Anyways, what was I saying? I lost my train of thought here. I mean, if just, I don't know, I feel like something could, I don't know, like it was missing something there. And I can't exactly put my finger on it. Because, I mean, it was nice, it just feels like it was just missing something. And in my opinion, I would probably try having something else going on in kind of maybe the mid-range. Yeah, not exactly sure what to tell you. I'm gonna have to listen to this again. I just feel like something could be there to kind of support that a little bit more, kind of maybe add some more harmony to it. I think that's what I'm looking for, the word I'm looking for this for kind of future-y kind of stuff. So yeah, I mean, otherwise it was a nice track. It's really just the only nitpick I have with that. And that snare, I don't know, I feel like a nicer snare would have been better. Maybe some different percussions just to kind of get some more groove in there. I don't know, anything. Anything. Yeah, no problem, man. I mean, I speak German to some other people on a live stream, so I can't really say anything. But anyway, track that's sent in by Mad Defender. On a quick skim, I don't see it so far. Yeah, I don't know, man. Oh yeah, no, I see it. Okay, it's all the way to the top. It's there's only a few people ahead. Alright, like I said, otherwise, nice track though. Nice chords. Maybe, I don't know, something else on a lead. Maybe something harmonizing there. Just a little observation there. So what else do we have? That was Pyrotech 45. So we're all the way down here still. Alright. Dubstep is next. Alright, so those people who are brand new here, for those people who just joined the stream, I have a Facebook producer community. If you want to join this community, you can go ahead and do so. I'll accept anybody as long as you guys follow the rules, which are basically just not being an asshole. Yeah, so if you want to join that, I'll post a stream again, the link again in the stream, and it'll also be in the description, so just a quick plug there. But basically what this is for, if you guys want to discuss music production here and share your tracks as he did and some of these other guys here, then you can go ahead and do so. And you know, people are free to, you know, let you know what they think of it, and you guys can, you know, discuss amongst yourselves, and I'll join the conversation as well when I'm not streaming. And yeah, hopefully it'll just be a little fun group for everybody to kind of hang out at and share music and get some, you know, feedback on new stuff that you guys have made. And I'll probably post stuff there as well. So here we go. We got Ion, not sure how to pronounce that. Next with Dubstep. And let's go ahead and mute the microphone. Is that the right track? Are we on a right step here? Right, we're still, yeah, all right. Just making sure I'm playing everybody in the right order here. Alright, so here we go. Alright, so, as you could probably see me doing that here with the EQ, I was looking for sub bass, and I couldn't find any. I don't use a separate sub, but to me it sounded like it was just all mids and highs, but no sub, and I really can't stress how important that is with bass music. If you are making bass sounds, but you don't really have any consistency in the actual bass regions. So, what I would recommend is just slapping some really low sine waves or anything that's subby underneath those basses and high cut those basses, and check out some videos on how to do that if you're not familiar with, creating sub basses and layering and all that. But I would really recommend you kind of getting into that and learning how to create sub bass underneath your sounds, because that's where all, excuse me, that's where all the fatness comes from, and that's where the bass that you feel comes from. So if you don't feel the bass, it's not going to sound like bass. Yeah, I mean, just evolve your sound design, keep working. I mean, if you're a pretty new producer, then it's a good start with what you're doing here. I would just, learn more and just try to practice as much as you can to kind of evolve your sound design and, your track structure and everything, and learn how to do little things to kind of make it, sound better in terms of mixing and everything as well. All those little tricks, quote unquote, that are out there. But again, I would start with layering up some sub basses underneath your sounds, because it will make a huge difference. And if you don't have the right kind of speakers where you can't hear it, then I would recommend at least getting some headphones that have kind of a bass response in them, just so you can actually hear what you're doing. And once you apply sub bass, trust me, you'll hear the difference. It makes a huge difference in sounds. Sine sub, yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, sine waves, if you bring them down really low, they're sub bass. You can use a sine wave, you can use a triangle wave, you can even low pass a square wave, and it's, gonna give you a kind of consistent low end if you just play a single sine wave under a high pass mid range sound. So, yeah, that's basically that. I mean, again, I don't use a separate sub, but from what I heard, it just kind of felt lacking in that area. So even on my speakers, which they're little KRK Rocket 5s, even on that, I mean, I can usually tell when there's a little bit of sub, unless it goes really low. So if your sub is on like C4 or B3 or anything lower than that, I'm not going to hear it or feel it anyways. But anything above that, I can usually kind of tell when there is some kind of sub bass. And if there was, it just wasn't consistent. So alright, so who we got next? What's going on here? Should I used to make sounds for short films? No shit, huh? That's cool. That is cool. Alright, so next up, I'm gonna place in the list here again. We've got Goma with a track, and since that's a kind of an older message, he's probably deleted it, or either that, or he has sent a link that is not attached to a private track, or I should say not the private link from the track. So if you have a track and it is private, make sure you send the private link instead of the actual link in the address bar, because otherwise it won't be able to access the track. So something to keep in mind there. We've got Dinjil with some future trap here, or future is what it's called, and he tagged it trap. Alright, here we go. Blue Lion. Alrighty. So first of all, I would just like to say that I can't check for everybody. There's a lot of people in this list, and I really can't pay attention to the track and look for you in the list at the same time. And if everybody here asked when they're gonna get played, it would basically just be me going through this list. So otherwise, this track here, the vocal, this little thing here, felt kind of out of key or out of tune. It just doesn't really harmonize very well. That's my opinion on that, but right there, I mean, it doesn't really feel like it's in the right key. So what I would recommend is kind of changing the key of it, and if that doesn't work, maybe using something that allows you to kind of shift the notes and the formants and everything, so you can kind of make it align better with what you have going on, the chords and everything. And if it doesn't work, then it's just not the right vocal for it. I mean, I see what you're trying to do with it. It just doesn't feel like the vocal really works with that. And that is something that I think is a bit more objective. I can't even finish that word. Something that's a little bit more objective, but what I would say, that's probably maybe just me, but I honestly feel like the kick doesn't really work that well. Like, it just feels a bit muddier than it should be. I think something a little bit tighter, or something a little bit brighter, or less like that kick would work better. So I would also pay attention to the sample choice and making sure you have the right samples to begin with. Yeah, but once again, here we have the vocals, and those vocals, in my opinion, don't really work that well. And everything else here is pretty cool. You got nice chords and everything. Yeah, so I would just kind of revisit the vocals there and see what can be done to kind of make that sound a little bit more like it's working together. Yep, it's not in the right key. Hey, what's up, dude, man? But yeah, anyways, those are my main critiques there. So let's see what's going on next here. Let's see, who was that? It was Din Jill. Oh boy, it's quite a list here. Where are we? All right, here we go. We got Alexis Julemeyer, and we've got Mr. Blues Groovin'. That's how you pronounce it. What is going on here? Why do you want to translate that? What is it translating? I don't know. Doo-doo. Alright, anyways, let's go ahead and play this track. And, yeah, enjoy. All right, damn son, that sax. That was easily my favorite part of the track, and the little piano part here at the end. Again, my nitpicks with this would be get that kick to hit a little bit harder. That's just, again, nitpick. I think the vibe of this track is really awesome, and I love the sax and everything, but I feel like the kick and the sound design in this could have been a little bit, at least, different. I'm personally not really a huge fan of the kind of a bit crushy kind of thing that's happening here. But then again, I don't think it would have to be removed, just maybe, I don't know, layer it up with another sound, something that kind of adds more strength to it. Yeah, I mean, otherwise, the vibe of this track is really awesome. Maybe some kind of, again, more solidity to the track, maybe something that's like a kick that kind of drives the track a little bit more. Again, that's just my opinion. I feel like in that category, in that department, it could have maybe hit a little bit harder, or felt a little bit tighter. And again, in the sound design as well, I felt like that could have been kind of polished up a little bit. But otherwise, I mean, honestly, if you would just go off of that a little bit more, off of what you have with this, and less with the kind of yoy kind of thing, and I don't know, maybe find a way to kind of focus it more on what you have going with these saxes and everything. Excuse me. But yeah, I definitely, again, feel like the kick and the sound design could have been changed, and again, the strong point of this was the sax for me. Awesome. Love that. Definitely got the bar vibe kind of going on there. What's going on here? Oh, somebody asked what the EQ is that I use. It is Ears Audio Toolkit. If you go into the extensions shop, or whatever you call it, you know, where you search for all the Google Chrome extensions, just go ahead and type that in and you should see it. It's pretty cool. It allows you to EQ any tab, and you can apply different EQs to different tabs. So if I open another tab, I can EQ that differently from this one, and it can be interesting to kind of you know, hear what's going on with your tracks and filter them live. But yeah, again, I like the track. It was cool, nice and saxy. Had a cool vibe to it. I think he said he finished it. I think the first version was just an unfinished version of it that we heard. So I think this, he said, is a finished version. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like the sound design could have been different in it. I felt like that's something that could have been changed there. Again, I'm just not a huge fan of that big crushy kind of sound. Yeah, I just felt like maybe some contrast, you know, between all the high frequency stuff, maybe something a little bit more thicker. And also, let's see, go back to this. I don't know if you felt, if you had at some points maybe a little bit less going on too, maybe you would kind of focus on the bass a little bit more. I think in this case, maybe it could just be about, you know, having too much going on at once and kind of taken away from the bass line itself. Maybe if at least for one part, kind of focus it on the bass and kind of have to be more bass driven. Maybe that would kind of feel a little bit more, I don't know, droppier. I don't know if that's something you were going for. That's just my opinion on that. I hope that makes sense. I'm not really the greatest at phrasing things. So we have Midnight next. with Pixel Blast, little house track here. So let's go ahead and check this out. Found the EQ. Yeah, it's pretty good, man. It's pretty good. I also use this thing here. Well, it's like a main page kind of thing, like a home page kind of thing, and it just lets you kind of organize things differently and everything. Kind of nice too. But did it do? Why is that? Why can't you be on there for more than 3 minutes? All right, let's go ahead and play this track. Whoops. Okie dokie. So cool track, nice pixel track there. I like what you're doing. I like the whole video game vibe of it and everything. Two criticisms that I have with it would be the drums. I think the drums could be louder. I don't know if you have sidechain going on there or not, but somebody mentioned it too. Everything else is kind of overlapping the drums, and in this kind of stuff you want the drums, especially the kick. You want the kick to be pretty much the loudest thing when it is playing, you know what I mean? So sidechaining, what that does is duck everything out, so for that split second that the kick plays, it is the loudest thing that's playing, and it kind of pushes everything out of the way, and that way you can have loud chords and loud stuff happening, but your drums won't feel like they're kind of drowning, if you know what I mean. So that's something to kind of get into. Also, it could be the drum choice or whatever you process it with. Could be just kind of ducking down or just, I don't know, squished a little bit too much. But, to put it simply, I would say the drums are just lacking. They're not as big as they could be. So not as loud, or something is preventing them from sounding like they are louder. So next thing, I would say the lead maybe gets a little bit repetitive. I would say not because of the sound that you're using, but though it is a nice, interesting melody and it works for, a certain amount of time, I feel like there could be something in there to kind of throw it in, mix it up a little bit. So maybe for this part over here. So after it repeats again, maybe arpeggiate it, maybe turn it into something, use that sound and kind of keep the the kind of idea behind the melody the same, just change a few things up. Maybe just make it arpeggiate, maybe make it go up and down in, you know, scales, in octaves and things like that. I don't know. Just, you know, finding things to kind of make it interesting after it plays for the 4th time over, you know what I mean? So, yeah, so nice track overall. I like what's going on here. What are we going on? What's going on? What is, I can't speak. What's going on in the chat here? Sausages by Sankus. Yeah, I mean, that's something I could roll with. If I ever make a series like that, I would totally name it Sausages by Sankus. Hold on, I gotta take a drink of water real quick. Alright. Getting super dehydrated here. Okay, so Midnight was last. Let's see who's next. X-Car. Whoops. Man, my throat feels like it's not working right now. Alright. I think after this track, I'm gonna take a like 3 to 4 minute break. Just use the bathroom real quick and grab a quick bottle of water. Alright, so if I'm looking at this correctly here in the list, then we have a lot of people to go still. Wow. Alright, yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to take a break in between us. So, alright, let's go ahead and check out this track here called Dunk. And, yeah, we'll give some constructive criticism. And mute. Alright, so it sounds like it's basically playing same thing over again. Yep, so, couple of suggestions that I have. Somebody also made a good suggestion over here with maybe having an arpeggio in the background. I would maybe have anything else happening in the background here when you have the lead playing. Maybe a pad, try and, build a convincing atmosphere. So a pad in the background could go a long way. You could play that in the intro. You could even play that in a drop and have that in the background. At least build some tension with what you have. The sound design, it doesn't have to be all that impressive if it, goes well in the kind of the ambient department, not the ambient department, but for setting the kind of atmosphere, if you know what I mean. So, a lot of rhythm, it just has, groove. So it doesn't have to be super insane sound design. It just has some kind of groove. It has a good moving kind of sub bass, and usually it builds some kind of atmosphere as well with a lot of tracks. So if you're going with a more simplistic kind of route with your lead, for example, there's a lot that you can maybe do in the background to kind of make that happen a little bit more convincingly. And also, somebody mentioned it was getting a little bit repetitive, with which I would have to agree with. So try finding ways to kind of mix up maybe what you already have and just play different versions of what you have, something that makes sense together in the context of the entire track. And if not, other sounds could help, or playing some chords in the background with the kind of intro and the breakdown and all that stuff could work as well. I don't know, take a look at effects, maybe some small effects to kind of build some tension and to kind of build transitions and things like that. I don't know, I feel like there's just a lot that you could do with what you already have. Like, what you have is good if you build on top of that, you know what I mean? So again, try to build an atmosphere, try to build a mood, try to build some kind of theme or something like that, maybe, I don't know. And find ways of kind of mixing up what you have, creating these little change ups, and I would recommend doing that in the second part of the bass line, maybe the second drop as well. And then whenever the melody repeats, if you're going to have it repeat for a certain amount of time, try doing something to, make it not seem as boring, for the lack of another word, you know what I mean? Just, there could be a lot done with this, and again, what you have already now is, I think, a solid foundation to kind of work off of, and create an idea with this. So yeah, that's my rant about that. All right, next up, actually, I was gonna take a break after this, which I really need to do. For about 2 to 3 minutes. It'll be a very short break. I'm just gonna go ahead and use the bathroom real fast and grab myself a quick drink, and I'll be back very, very shortly. Yeah, so discuss amongst yourselves, and maybe I could play some music.
Safer to use than alcohol. It's the in thing, the hula hoop of the jet generation, and as much a part of growing up as smoking corn silk behind the back fence. Such are the myths concerning marijuana. Myths that lull thousands of young people into experimenting with obnoxious weed. Marijuana is an intoxicating, mind-muddling drug. Its use can lead to abnormal behavior, to psychological dependence, and to abuse of other drugs. It's the in thing, the hula hoop of the jet generation, and as much a part of growing up as smoking corn silk behind the back fence.
Okay, so we're back. And I'm looking for the next track. And here we go. What's going on in the chat? Sorry for the quick break, but I really couldn't wait any longer. I tried to drink some water because my throat is not really feeling 100%. And all that water causes, you know, a natural system within your body to cause urine, produce urine, so that's just the way the world works. So I had to go ahead and fix that. Alright, so we got Just Like Me by MVSVO. That's not how you say that, I'm sure, but that's how I'm gonna say that. So here we go. Hit mute, almost. Okay, so a couple of things I want to point out with this track. Right around here, that note just didn't really feel right to me. So I would pay attention to maybe getting your sound to sound more like it's harmonizing with the rest of your track and choosing notes that fit together a little bit better. I just feel like that note right there just didn't really sound like it was in tune. and then it went into something that kind of made a little bit more sense, but... And drum mixing as well. I would mix the drums a little bit better, or find better samples, and maybe turn everything else down a little bit, so the drums feel a little bit more present. I mean, you can tell they're there, but besides maybe higher frequencies, you don't really notice them that much. So yeah. Otherwise, I mean, nice pluck. Didn't really expect it to go where it went, honestly, with this part. So yeah, I don't know. Just one part just kind of fell out of tune to me, and the drums didn't really sit right, in my opinion. But yeah, pluck was nice. Like I said, got a nice little arpeggio going on there. I feel like there's more that you could have done with it. So let's see what you guys are saying. Yeah, the panning was a bit ridiculous as well. Anyways, let's see what's going on here. Yeah, a lot of people are saying that about the panning. Yeah, I would agree. But again, I would also pay attention to the music that you are making, you know, the notes and things like that. Trying to create something that kind of makes sense together. Alright. Let's see if we can get to the next one. Here we go, Jigsaw with name needed. Needs a name. Alright, here we go. All right, cool track, Jigsaw. Definitely like that. This sound right here is my favorite sound, by the way. Where is it? That was my favorite sound. And then I feel when it goes back into this sound, it just, I don't know, like it was just too wide, and I feel like it needed something like this to kind of carry the rest of this part here. Because it just, this part just feels super high-endy and super wide. I feel like it could have had maybe some more stuff happening in the mids. And that means, by that I mean frequency mids and stereo mids. So like the middle instead of being super stereo, if that makes sense. But yeah, otherwise it was a cool track. I had a nice little change up at the 4/4 here. Had a nice little piano breakdown. I really like that sound right there too. Again, I like it when there's actually a bit more texture and a bit more definition to the sound rather than this right here. So that's pretty much my only real gripe with that. Otherwise, you know, it could just be my taste, but it just was a little bit too, I don't know, too high-endy in most of these parts. That right there is dope, so I like that a lot. That was cool. Yeah, so need a name. Get a name for that track, man. Yeah, maybe a different snare would have been cool too. I don't know how much I like that snare. It sounds more like a drum and bass snare. I feel like in this case you would want something that kind of punches you a little bit more as well. Yeah, and that's kind of a nitpick as well, but again, drum choice is always important to mention. Yeah, like I said, it just felt a little bit wide, and there could be a couple of fixes for doing that. I don't know if you did that in the post-processing or in the patch, but it could be some ways that you could maybe kind of bring some of that more in the middle and make it feel a bit beefier by doing so. Because if you have so much wideness, then everything just feels wide. If you don't have anything besides the drums that's sitting in the middle to create that contrast, then, you know, instead of something sounding wide because something else is not wide, it'll just make, you know, whatever is wide sound like everything is. I don't know if that's the right way to explain it. Contrast, you know what I mean? It's, you know, something. If you have a couple of things that are not wide, it's gonna make the actual wide things appear like they are wide, and give it more of an interesting dynamic. So I would say not using wideners on everything or all the time on your sound, and mids. So who's next? Xsonic is next with the Twilight Zone. Yeah, I'm not really the greatest at drum and bass, so I want to try again. I've got a couple of projects that I started but didn't really finish. Anyways, here we go.
It is not meant to be prophetic. It need not happen. In this moment, it does happen. Twilight Zone. It is not meant to be prophetic. It need not happen. In this moment, it does happen. Twilight Zone.
Alright, man, another long track, so I didn't want to go through the whole thing, because most tracks we've played here are around 4 minutes, and we've already played probably more than 4 minutes of this track. Anyways, I mean, cool track. Somebody mentioned something about the Reese, and I am inclined to agree. What this was kind of leading up to, I don't know, what it led up to didn't really feel at all like what I was expecting it to lead up to here. Yeah, especially the Reese part kind of felt out of place, and what was happening here, again, to me, felt like it was just, everything was just too wide. Like, I feel like, maybe bringing your main kind of sound here a little bit more to the middle would have maybe made it feel a bit tighter. It was super detuned and super wide in my opinion. I don't know, maybe if you don't want to bring that sound super all the way to the middle, you could layer something that's more centered and a little bit beefier on top of it to kind of give it some, you know, more definition. Overall, like I said, I just feel like it was a little bit too wide. Got some crazy kind of brick wall going on too. Yeah, it just kind of, I don't know, it felt like there was just something that was just kind of making it messy, whatever you had there in the background. Yeah, it wasn't really my cup of tea, whatever was in the background. It just all kind of felt super wide. I feel like this, what you have, is pretty cool, and could be even better if you kind of found a way to add more definition to the main sound that you have. And again, it just kind of repeats the same thing as well, so a little bit of a variation at this part would be cool too. But I really like the build-ups though. We're cool with the respace and everything. And of course the drop is like 3 times as loud as the intro and kind of transition part here as well, which just kind of feels jarring to me. What's going on here? Less stereo. Yeah, the stereo separation was a bit intense on the sound, not gonna lie. It kind of took away the definition of the sound in my opinion. But yeah, overall, I mean, if you work on those things, I feel like this track could go over a lot better. Alright. Yeah, again, like I said, working on that stereo would probably benefit the track a lot. Anyways, moving on, trying to get this moving a little bit faster here. We had Exonic last. We just played his track, and now we have Voluptics with a YouTube link, but I guess that works too. As long as it's in my SoundCloud inbox, I guess we'll let this one pass. I guess, I mean, I don't see a reason why we can't do YouTube links. I'll just have to update the description, I guess. Alright. Oops, gotta mute my microphone. Oh shit. Alright, here we are. Alright, so a couple of things. The bass in this song was not very tight. I feel like that 808 could use a little bit of work. Not sure what's going on with it. I have one good guess, which is that the sound which is playing on top of it, that plucky kind of percussive kind of pluck sound, seems to be interfering a little bit because there's no EQing at the bottom. At least that's what it sounds like, because every time it actually plays, it makes the 808 kind of wobble, and it sounds like there's a little bit of clashing going on. And I don't know, maybe it's the 808 choice as well, that it just doesn't feel as tight as it could. Could use a little bit of work in that department. And yeah, see, it just kind of wobbles. It just goes and then it kind of shakes, not in the right way. It just doesn't sound very solid to me. So a little bit of mixing could probably help. A little bit of EQing could hopefully kind of negate that. Maybe a different 808 choice would benefit you as well. And I also feel like that mix up here, that change up that you have going on here, could maybe come a little bit sooner as well. I feel like while it's a dope melody that you're playing, maybe you could do something with it to kind of change it up a little bit sooner. And yeah, again, my main criticism, what really stuck out to me was the low end, and that there's just some weirdness going on, and fixing that would probably go a long way for this kind of track. So hey, it's Eek. What's up, man? Alright, so next up we have somebody. Here we go. DZ Holly. What's going on here? Oh, okay, he sent an EP. Sent 4 tracks. So, you know what? I'm gonna play 1 track out of those 4 tracks, and I'm gonna go with this one. Actually, hold up, we're gonna do this in another window. Here we go. And we're gonna play the first track. All right, that was a cool track, man. Some people are saying that's so res. Yeah, you know what? I like that style. I thought it was really cool. That kind of complextro-ish vibe. Though, you know, not exactly complextro either. Kind of that influence. I really like that. It had a cool build-up as well. Really dig this track, man. If I had to kind of nitpick some of the things, it would be this section. I don't know. I feel like maybe some more detuning on some more chords or something would maybe make it sound a little bit less like it's all taking up the same space. Maybe if you just widened out the chords and kept the lead a little bit more centered, maybe it would sound a little bit better in this part. Maybe add some more width to it in that regard. And that's again where width can kind of help. If there's a contrast, if you have your lead in the middle and then you kind of widen out some chords, it can kind of make it sound first less harsh if you detune them, and second of all, kind of make it feel bigger and just give it a little bit more room to it, because otherwise the chords and the lead almost kind of sound like they're playing on the you know, the same part of the spectrum. So a little critique there, but I really like the drop and the build up and everything. This was really dope. Yeah, I really like that. Really jammed to this track. So, in this case, I feel like you could have maybe had some other things maybe a little bit wider. Again, that's a really nitpick kind of critique kind of thing, but in this case, if you had some sounds that maybe had a little bit of width to them, it would give it a little bit of, you know, dynamic in the stereo department. But yeah, I really like this track, man. That was a cool playthrough. I dig it. Alright, who's next? You think your track is next. That was DZ Holly. We have X and Pro with the Cymatics remix. Phoenix Music, are you the Cymatics remix guy? Just waiting to get a response, because I don't know if I can play their remix. I don't know what they have going on with that. I would prefer to not play the remix, as I have that as a link, as a rule not to send in remixes. Alright, so that's not you. So whoever XN Pro is, please no remixes. Where the hell was I now? Alright, here we are. Alright, so Amethyst is next. How many submissions have you received? A hell of a lot of submissions. More than I thought I would get, honestly. Alright, so Amethyst has sent in Internet Dream, which is some future bass. Yeah, I'm not gonna play remixes anyways. I'm actually gonna stick to that rule now, guys, because I gotta be careful. I had a copyright strike on one of my other streams, and luckily I was able to keep the stream up, but they're taking the money for the stream, and you know, otherwise they could just make me take down a video. So I want to just avoid any kind of situations like that. So here we go. Okay. So kind of a short tune actually. I expected sooner than I thought it would. Very happy tune, I've noticed. It's like super major. I don't know, man. I could maybe have a little bit of a lead going on in there or something else. Maybe some other kind of instruments to kind of, you know, play on along with what you have going on. Just feel like something was missing. Like it was just super basic, super, I don't know, kind of simple in terms of sound choice. But I mean, what you have works. I feel like you could just maybe work on a little bit longer and, you know, come up with some more ideas for it. Maybe have this part here, this second drop, play out a little bit differently. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe have some leads coming in after. I mean, interesting vocals and what you did there. I do like that. It's kind of vocoder kind of stuff. What's up, Tristan? Oh, that's funny. I forgot to finish my sentence. All right, you asked me if I own Heaviosity Damage. Yes, I own it. It's not really a remix. Job is complete, so technically I still have it as a, so it should. Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to just stick to my rules, because if I make too many excuses, then people are always going to ask me to kind of bend the rules that I've set a little bit. Alright, let's try and move this on. Yeah, again, to kind of summarize this, I felt like there's just more you can do with it. I like the vocals, the whole kind of vocoder thing. Melody works, chords work. I feel like you could have maybe done some change-ups there and maybe add some more kind of interesting little bits to the track. Anyways, nice track though, otherwise, and overall. So that was, oh crap, who was that? That was Amethyst. Nice track, Amethyst. So where are we now? Anility, the Beast. The Beast. Some trap. Damage is awesome. Hell yeah, I love Damage. Sent mine at the start of the stream. I was wondering if I could be played tonight. I was still worried. It's just Strange Reality. I don't know what your. Okay, actually I see your logo. I mean, there's quite a few ahead of you still. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Around 15 people ahead of you. Strange Reality. So. Sorry, it's still probably gonna be a little while. And let's go ahead and play this track. Whoops. Here. Mute. A piano outro was pretty nice. Alright, so, whoops, whoa, something else playing already. So, cool track. Somebody pointed out, pretty much everybody pointed out exactly what I was thinking. First of all, that respace here could have probably had a little bit more mids. It felt very, just like it was just high end in it. I feel like some mids would give it maybe a bit more character, a bit more texture. Because otherwise it just kind of felt like it was all just high pass, a little bit too high. Also, that melody here that you have going on, maybe a little mix-up, a little switch-up with it would be kind of more interesting to kind of keep that going. I feel like it repeats a little bit too long, because otherwise, I dig the track, man. Some cool strings going on here. But that dun dun dun, it kind of repeats a little bit too much, in my opinion. Cool track, though, otherwise. That was a cool part of the track right there. And then again, you got that same thing just repeating, and then you have it on the piano once again here. And then you have a little break from that sound, and then it comes back, and I feel like a little bit of variation here and there would have probably helped to make it sound a little bit less repetitive, especially for a 4-minute and 16-second track. So yeah, that's pretty much my only gripes with this track. My only major gripes besides just mixing stuff. I feel like the major kind of thing I would just point out is the bass here. It just doesn't have enough mids, in my opinion. Could just use more and variations and stuff like that. Oh, thanks, man. Thanks for the 8K congrats thing. Thanks, man. Thank you. Yeah, it was just recently that I passed 8K, so almost at 10. Pretty crazy considering like a year ago I was at like less than 2,000. So not too bad. Alright, who do we have next? Chris Delendas with a guy Gigantus Dance EDM, progressive house track. Alright, here we go. All right. So right off the bat, that ending it came so out of nowhere right here. That snare thing, just didn't really expect that. Anyways, nice track, man. Melodies were super nice. Pretty decent mix down. I don't know, I feel maybe some layering on that lead maybe would make it feel a bit more wide. Somebody said it sounded too centered, and on that I would just say maybe layer that same lead or another lead on top of it, something that has a bit more width to it, so you can keep the kind of definition of this sound the way it is, and then just have a little bit more kind of dimension to the sound. But otherwise I really enjoyed the sound. This track. It was a really nice melody, and it worked. Got a nice breakdown over here where it kind of switches up the melody. Cool build up. And yeah, I mean, I would just say maybe a little bit of layering to kind of make it feel a bit wider, because it does feel like it's a little bit just I don't know, just thin, that sound. And a lot of tracks like this usually have a little bit more depth to the sound, and they don't feel as thin. So layering in this kind of genre is a pretty big thing, popular thing, I guess you could say. And I mean, it had solid bass and everything. It sounded nice. I can't really find that many nitpicks with it. I mean, it was a cool track, man. Can't really find anything else to kind of point out right now off the top of my head. And let's go ahead and move on. Got a couple of requests here. Go ahead and improve that. And find the next person. Holy crap! 2 hours and 20 minutes already. That is crazy. Okay, so we have XZ Synth next with Fantasy. Here we go. Whoops. Here we go. All right, so the major criticism I have with this is mixing. I feel like this could have, could use, I guess I should say, a lot more mixing, a lot more attention in that respect, because as many people have pointed out, the crowd effect here is just super loud, and everything else just kind of feels like it's competing for a space, and trying to get heard, but everything is just kind of drowning each other out. So I mean, you got it playing the entire time, so it gets a little bit tiring as well when you just have that super loud crowd stadium kind of sample play, especially right here, because it feels like the crowd is the loudest thing when you would want to have that pretty much in the background, to the point where you don't really pick up on it. Such as, how you would normally use effects like that, kind of sitting in the background, unless it's like your main focus. But if it is your main focus, most of the time you probably wouldn't want that to be the main focus for the entire time. So maybe for a section or something like that, and then kind of, bring it into the background. But yeah, mixing wise, I mean, it could use a lot of work on the mixing department. Again, right there, it just gets so claustrophobic. There's so much going on there that you just gotta make a decision and see what is gonna be the main aspect, the main thing that you're gonna want to put the focus on. Holy crap, we're getting a lot of submissions now all of a sudden. Holy moly. Alright, so moving on, I'm gonna try and keep the criticism as quick as possible, kind of get my first impressions of the track out there, and just to be able to play more people, I think I'm gonna skim through the tracks a little bit more. So if something repeats again, I'll kind of try to skip that section that repeats again, just so we can get more people played. All right. What's going on in the thing? What the frick? All right. What's going on here? We got XC synth next. No, I mean that's who we just played. Never mind. Okay, so we got S Baker next. Submitting another track for the stream. Oh wait, it's not a stream. No, it's a stream, man. It's a stream. Alright. We've got a little bit of trap again, featuring the Raga Twins. Here we go.
So you don't know that to bless me. So you don't know that to bless me. So you don't know that to bless me. And I know you can't test me. So if you come here off your way, better think first, but you better think wisely. Come here, I see I'm not friendly. I'm gonna do it ungodly. I'm gonna work iniquity if you curse cause I told you Muslim with plenty. So we walk to the valley at the shadow of the death. We never see nothing everywhere, we fear it. When we come out, them quiet as kept. We do job first, we gon' feel all the best. So never beat me, hear me out. And the X factor me talk about. Is it a wedding of your physical mode? We'll have a love stone. Buckle love stone. Buckle love stone. Better think first, man, you better think. man them way up on line, woman lashy. Wanna overstep the mark. Take steps with that one go talk. You don't know about the thing. Come close, let me explain something. We not shout. Unless you have the hearing, we move silently. You don't see me coming. You hear me whisper. You feel like a yin yang twin. And they work on the street. Better think first, man, you better think. Man, you better think. All the best. Wanna overstep the mark. Take steps with.
Okay, so that was some pretty cool sound design there. Like that kind of squeaky kind of lead. And the growls and stuff.
I'm gonna do it. The download.
Yeah, I mean,
when them 16 bars on.
honestly, it just felt like it just dragged on after a bit. Like it could use something, maybe like some kind of breakdown or something like that. Maybe drop out the drums and kind of mix it up a little bit. Just to me, it just overall felt like after a while, it just got a little bit repetitive. So I could appreciate some kind of mix-ups and stuff like that. And somebody also pointed out an interesting kind of thing, which is there's like no background. That could probably, I didn't even notice it really until he mentioned it, but that could probably benefit this track as well. It's maybe having something going on in the background to kind of, again, build an atmosphere. Especially right over here, that would be kind of a good spot for it. Maybe something kind of a little bit more ambient happening. And then you can over here, when you take the drums out and then go into some kind of breakdown. And, I mean, you don't necessarily have to get rid of the vocals. I mean, you don't necessarily have to do anything, I tell you. This is just my kind of criticism, my subjective kind of ideas here. But, yeah, I don't know, it just felt like, I mean, it was really cool here. Really enjoyed that, but then right around here, it's like, okay, I don't know, I was waiting for something to kind of happen, because, I mean, if somebody's listening to this track, you want something to kind of keep them from clicking away and going to another track, and I felt like right around here, I was starting to get to that point where it's like, okay, like something else kind of needs to happen here, something that kind of mixes it up and, catches the viewer off guard and makes you want to keep listening to it. But yeah, sound design was cool. I don't know if you made the sounds yourself. If so, then cool stuff, man. Cool stuff. Alright, so we got somebody next. Got Scatter next. Signal without vocals, so we, I guess, removed the vocals here. Cool. Alright, here we go. Okie dokie. Alright, so I know you said you removed the vocals, so I'm sure with the vocals here, this part wouldn't feel as repetitive, so I can totally understand why maybe this sounds a little bit more repetitive than it maybe should have. Overall, I think this could use a little bit of mixing touch-ups. I feel like that's one of the major things that might be holding this track back, especially right here. You can see right here when this kind of brick pops up, that riser that you have there, and whatever else is going on down at the bottom frequencies is just colliding, man. So I would take a look at this area and maybe high pass the riser. I don't know, turn the riser down and make sure that the bass isn't just like crazy, because that's kind of muddying up that part of the track. And then overall, I would just also take a look at you know, finding ways of mixing the bass with the drums a little bit better. I don't know if it needs more bass too. I can't really tell without a sub, but it feels like maybe it could use more bass, or maybe you could turn the main kind of sound down a little bit. I don't know, maybe a little bit of compression would help with that. Can't exactly put my finger on it, but it just definitely needs some mixing work here overall. This part was nice. I mean, even without vocals, I kind of enjoy the background chords there. But this really needs some fixing here with the effects and the kick, this section here. Yeah, I mean, it's chaotic. I'm sure it's supposed to be chaotic for a reason. Again, I just feel like the mixing kind of holds it back a little bit, so yeah, I would check out some maybe multi-band compressors for the main bass sound and kind of try and tame some of that stuff a little bit, maybe bring some of the warmth up of the sound a little bit, because in my opinion, it could just use a little bit of warmth. But when you're talking about warmth and clarity and all that kind of stuff, you kind of tend to get into some more subjective kind of discussions here. So anyways, cool track otherwise. Thank you for the submission, and like I said, just in my opinion, just keep on working on the mixes and just, you know, trying to hone your skill in the mixing department. And that's something that is always going to be constantly developing, no matter who you are. You're always going to be developing your mixing techniques and skills, so that's something that never ends. Alright, so we've got Xeno Enigma, and he has sent an entire EP, so we're just going to go ahead and pick one of these tracks here. Oh boy, alright. There's a whole discussion happening here in the chat that I'm just not going to touch. Alright, so let's pick a track. Let's pick the one with the most plays. Alright, let's go. I need coffee. I'm about to get a cup of coffee in a minute. Alright, so I feel like I just took an acid trip to the face after that drop. I mean, you got a lot of melodic stuff happening here. You got chords and you got this pluck happening here, this bell thing that's working well together. So, all I gotta say is that this just doesn't really work that well with whatever else is going on here, because it goes out of tune, out of key a lot, and it just musically doesn't really seem to make much sense. So, I mean, I understand what you're maybe trying to do here. Maybe I kind of partially understand what you're trying to do here, but yeah, I would pay some attention to the musical aspect of this and try and get some kind of consistency going between what is happening here musically, and try and find a way to kind of incorporate the musicality that you have in these non-drop parts. Trying to incorporate that into your drop parts, and try and make that sound more cohesive that way, because it just, well, it does sound glitchy, it just doesn't really fit, like, note-wise and music-wise, in my opinion. While the effects on it are interesting and it's super trippy, I just think that that could use a little bit of work. I think if that's something you took a look at and kind of figured out, this track would kind of go over a little bit better, and it would kind of, I don't know, flow a little bit better. It would make a little bit more sense when you get to this. But, yeah, I mean, you know, whatever you have going on here, try to find a way to incorporate that into your kind of drop part over here with what you're doing, and, you know, use your ears and go off of what you have over here, if possible. Anyways, yeah, that's my biggest gripe with that, is just that it's super out of tune. I mean, I'm not even gonna, you know, mention any of the more advanced kind of things that you could do with it. I think a good baseline is just to start with finding a way to make your sections make sense together and make them kind of make sense musically. Yeah. What's going on here? Yeah, it's only 8 o'clock for me. So early for me, being on the East Coast. Alright, so that was an interesting track. Here we have something that doesn't seem to be working. Track was not found. Maybe it has been removed. Maybe it has. Alright, Artex, your track didn't work. If it's a private track, then make sure you share the private link, not the link in the address bar. And with that being said, Hyperless is next. With what's going on? Stop it. Get out of the way. Alright, game industry. Alright, here we go. In Cali, it's 5 p.m. Yeah, it's probably nice and warm over there too. It's fucking freezing over here. Okay, holy moly. Alright, so cool sounds and stuff, cool track. I do kind of feel like it's just like super thick down there in a low frequency area. I don't know if that's from your mastering chain. I don't know if you're like over compressing your sub or anything. I mean, it's a cool track though. I like the sound design. I mean, it's sound design wise, it's not really anything new that I haven't heard before, but I mean, it's cool. It works. Again, this could just be me, but it feels like the super like trebly area and the super low area are just like strikingly like loud. Like the higher frequencies seem a bit harsh to me. I don't know, it could just be me, man, but my speakers have some pretty clear high end and just feels very extremely bright. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what everybody else thinks of that. I think, I mean, it works. It has nice melodies and everything. I'm not really sure how much I dig the snare. I really like the melodies and everything, man. And I pretty much dig the sound design. I just don't dig the snare too much either. I feel like it just has too much white noise in there or something. But it just feels too bright to me overall, and I feel like the snare is, again, something that I'm not really a fan of because of that brightness. It feels like it has a lot of like white noise in it or something. That's just a critique there. I mean, that's what we are here for. But otherwise, cool track, man. I mean, it's lit, like the kids say these days. Cool stuff though. Again, criticism, just high end. That's something super important. Holy crap, I'm still getting submissions like right now. Alright guys, I'm gonna take a quick 2-second break here. Well, not 2 seconds literally, but more like 2 minutes. It'll be really quick, less than 5 minutes, I promise you. But I've been going for almost 3 hours, so I gotta take a really fast break. I'm actually gonna pop an ibuprofen too because my head is killing me right about now. So yeah, with that being said, let me just do this real quick, and let's see, why not, since I already had this open. Alright, I'll be right back, guys, like 2.5 minutes.
Safer to use than alcohol. It's the in thing, the hula hoop of the jet generation, and as much a part of growing up as smoking corn silk behind the back fence. Such are the myths concerning marijuana. Myths that lull thousands of young people into experimenting with obnoxious weed. Marijuana is an intoxicating, mind-muddling drug. Its use can lead to abnormal behavior, to psychological dependence, and to abuse of other drugs. safer to use than alcohol. It's the in thing, the hula hoop of the jet generation, and as much a part
Alright.
of growing up as smoking
That was a
corn
bit loud,
sold
wasn't
behind
it?
the back fence.
Sorry about that. Alright, we are back. Alright, sorry about that. My head is killing me, so I'm gonna drink some more and get some ibuprofen in me. Quick plug for those of you who have just joined the stream. If you want to submit music and share your music and get live critiques and just, you know, find other producers like you, I have made a Facebook group which you can join. Just go ahead and send a join request and I will accept you. I'll put the link in the chat, which you will probably see like 30 seconds before I even announce this because the stream is a little delayed. But if you want to join that, you can go ahead and do that and post your music there, so when I'm not streaming, we can give you criticism there. And what's up, Richie the King? Alright. I am so out of breath from running around the house there. Alright, so we just had... Damn, what did we just have? We just had Hyperlist with this lit dubstep track, so, whoops, still getting submissions here. Holy moly. Where are we? Here we are. We've got Revon with 2 V's and a double N, and it's his Last Generation. And I'm getting join requests on the Facebook group, Cool Beans. So yeah, guys, you can post your music there. You know, share other... I mean, if you find cool stuff about music production, you can share it there too. You know, if you come across cool free sample packs, please don't post any cracks or anything. I'm gonna make a rule, kind of a guideline thing, which is going to include that, pretty much the standard stuff. No racism, no hate speech, things like that, no cracked software sharing. Just keep it legit and keep it friendly. So here we go. Alrighty, so 3 major suggestions. Why do I always turn into Sean Connery when I can't finish my sentences? 3 major suggestions that I have for you are: 1, mix up what you got going on with the melody a little bit. Create some variations, because almost 3 minutes of the same thing repeating over and over, when you have a basic idea like this, is gonna end up sounding a little bit too repetitive after a while. So if you want to make a simple idea like this, a simple melodic idea like this work, then I would suggest either A, kind of playing that idea with different instruments, and maybe even building on top of that with other instruments, and like somebody else mentioned, having other supporting instruments maybe create, some kind of harmonic kind of thing, some harmony, maybe a lead, or maybe, an arpeggio, something else to kind of, I don't know, add some variation to it. Secondly, I would say the drums, could probably, I don't know, maybe choose different drums. I don't know if it's a drum choice or just the way that it's mixed. I don't know, I feel like it could have maybe better drum choice. That's kind of more of a critique. Thirdly, the high ends are, again, super sharp, and there's not much else really happening below that, and it just makes the high end just that much louder, and that's such a sensitive region for your ears that, excuse me, it could get really fatiguing to the ears if you just have this constant high end. So, yeah, I would suggest mixing the high end a little bit better, maybe EQing it, excuse me, again, maybe bringing some notes down. Excuse me, I just had some ginger ale and I am burping like crazy. But those are my main 3 kind of things that I would just point out. So, mixing, especially the high end a little bit more, maybe, like I said, bringing some of the notes down and throwing a little bit of variation in there, and possibly even different drums. I mean, who knows how it'll work out when you, work on the sounds and everything. You might be fine with the drums. I don't know. It just, take a look at the mixing, Alright, so next up, let me just take my sweater off. I am freaking sweating balls all of a sudden. Oh. God damn. Once the heater kicks in, really kicks in. Okay, so that was Revon. Whoops. Next up we have Luke Serrato with Opened Eyes featuring Steklo. Let me just check the chat. Why do samples sound louder when you ditch the sequencer, drag them directly into the playlist? I don't know. Good question. Sequencer and playlist, what do you mean? I mean, isn't that... I'm not actually sure what you mean by that. I haven't really even noticed it. Not sure, maybe it could be normalization that it automatically applies to. I don't know. Don't like ginger ale? Well, I'm drinking it because my stomach doesn't really feel the greatest after eating what I ate, so that kind of helps. Alright. I guess we can move on. Next track.
Something is coming into my life. This feeling I can't deny, and I'm always wondering why. I close my eyes and see it is something that's coming I can't describe. It is always about that time. It is waiting to come inside of me. So I'm always wondering why I close my eyes and see it is something that's coming I can't describe. It is always about the time it is ready to come inside. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright.
Okay, so overall, I like what you got going on with this track. Music-wise, it makes sense and it works. Anything that I would have to critique in this track would be mixing-wise for the most part. Just pretty much everything that everybody already pointed out. I mean, in the beginning, the vocals don't really seem like they're on top the way they should be. They feel a bit quiet. And then you got this huge difference in dynamic here, which is good to have, range in your dynamics. But again, we've had this in a previous track again, where it just feels very jarring, the difference here between the drop and the build-up. And I mean, music-wise, again, it all makes sense. The chords are cool. I just feel like it could have been mixed a little bit better. But again, you got a nice piano here. And the vocals are nice. I mean, if you kind of brought them out a little bit more, it would probably work a heck of a lot better. And you got these super loud effects and everything, and it just kind of, it's very jarring. So, I don't know, man, just take a look at the mix down again, kind of revisit the mix down and try to get some more balance going on here, because, that's pretty much the major thing that kind of sticks out here. Oh, what's up? Ika's back. He's popped his head in like 3 or 4 times already. Yeah, I mean, it's a cool track. Like I said, music-wise, it all makes sense. My major gripe with this is just the mix down, so I would have to leave it at that. Just and get some more balance, because right here it's so super loud and things are kind of competing for each other, and over here it's like so quiet. And the instruments, the way they work together. I don't know. That's all just mixing stuff, really, that I think could get a little bit of a revisit here. All right, let's try and keep this going. Move on to the next one. We got Jacko. Oh boy, I'm not even gonna try and pronounce that. Oh, okay. Just got a text message. Drum and bass. I can't wait to see what Eek does or has done with that collab that we're working on. It's gonna be interesting. Some retro vibes on those. This part was good with the strings right here. Probably just scared the shit out of some people there. I don't know, it feels like something's missing. Got a lot of kind of high timbre instruments in there. Feels like there could be maybe something else in there, maybe something layered there on the bottom or something. Yeah, it just kind of feels empty in that regard. I like the musical part of it. Filtering is a bit, I don't know. I feel like the filtering could have been done a little bit differently. For this part, I don't know. I feel like the way the filtering is happening here kind of just doesn't really work as well for the energy, personally. But mainly, I just feel like that something could be in there still, giving it a little bit more fullness, because again, you have a lot going on in the kind of upper region, and then not too much going on between the sub and between the drums and all that high-end stuff. But I mean, musically, I like what's going on here. It reminds me of playing like some kind of like Sonic game or something, like somebody mentioned. It kind of reminds me of like the 90s. It's kind of got like an almost retro vibe to it too. Like music-wise. String part was cool. Again, I don't know, I feel like it is missing a bit of the fullness there, like it could use some more supporting kind of stuff in the middle there, if you know what I mean. Yeah, that's exactly it. I think it's the way the filtering is happening here is a little bit slow, and it just kind of takes away from the energy of the track. I feel like an alternate way to kind of do what you're trying to do here would probably work better if you messed around with it a little bit longer, and yeah, it just kind of feels like it's not working out there with that filter. But yeah, that's pretty much my kind of major criticism with that. Let's try and move along here once again. We got Veda next, I think. Let me just double check that I'm not skipping anybody here. So far, I've been doing pretty good. I don't think I skipped anybody. Let me actually pop the list open here so you guys can see what's going on. So we just played this guy's track, and I don't think we skipped anybody here before that, so should be good to go. We've got a heck of a lot of people to go still. So Veda is next. Then after that, it's Algorithm. So we're going to play Focal, spelled with an F, so it's not a vocal. Here we go. Ooh, that Foley at the end is nice. It's like ASMR. If you could just like loop this for 20 minutes, I would be asleep in like half that time. Honestly, man, I dig the vibe, man. Let's go back to this. I feel like this would work even better if it were like kind of more of a chill synth that plays here. Like something kind of, I don't know, like swelly, something kind of almost trippy like. So it kind of reminds me almost of some like some of that lo-fi hip-hop vibe stuff that I've been listening to, like vibe-wise, just kind of chilled. And yeah, man, if you kind of had that Foley in here as well, I would probably like this part even more. Like have that crispiness that you have here at the end, kind of playing in the background here, would kind of I don't know, fit the atmosphere, I think, or help kind of keep that atmosphere going. And it's cool, it's short, not much to say about it. Personally, I don't know how I feel about the synth that's playing. Again, I feel like it could use something a bit more chill, something a less crispy. Do I watch ASMR? No, I don't watch ASMR, but I'm definitely sensitive to it. Yeah, man, oh man, it's so chill at the end here and at the beginning. Like if you did like something with the same thing, the same melody with like maybe a different synth, I feel like it would be so much more chill. I feel like that high-endy kind of synth doesn't work for me personally. Not to say that this track is bad or that, you know, the sound is bad or anything. It was just for me personally, I feel like it's a little bit too abrasive in the high frequencies, because track is making me want to like go into chill mode. Some interesting kind of percussion would be interesting here as well, maybe. If you kind of threw in some wacky kind of grooves with some maybe Foley, and, you know, use some Foley to turn that as percussion, maybe, to kind of turn that into a groove, I think that would be interesting. I mean, it's 1 minute and 45 seconds. It leaves a lot of room for work, so I'd be interested to see what you do with it, man. And I would love this to be like even chiller because of this, like, I don't know, I guess I kind of do dig the sound. I don't know, maybe it's just too crisp for me. It's just, like I said, I have very clear high end on my speakers and it just sounds super crisp, and I feel like that could have, I don't know, maybe been a little bit less crisp. Not much else to really nitpick here. I mean, like I said, it's 1 minute and 45 seconds, so not much to say about that. Yeah, I don't know if that was too vague or not. I guess, like I said, I mean, just the high end wasn't really working for me, but that could be a subjective thing, and just, I don't know, I'm very sensitive to high frequencies. I know that much. Alright, what's up here? Do-do-do-do. Oh yeah, the decoder, I remember you. You are the one who actually suggested this little collab, and actually inspired me to do that. So here we go. Algorithm with Temple Party Demo Volume 3. Not Volume 2, not Volume 4, but Volume 3. And it's progressive house, so here we go. Alright, man, so this really needs some mixing. I don't know what's going on here. It sounds like everything is just fighting for room in this track, and like there's like no dynamic basically, because everything just feels super loud and feels kind of compressed too, to be honest. And then you have something going on in the background there, which to my ear doesn't really fit. I mean, I'm not the best guy when it comes to tonal stuff, but just something in the background there sounds like it's just droning on, and like it's not really fitting with the rest of the kind of harmonization that you have going on here. But yeah, it just sounds like everything is kind of competing for it. If you kept what you have here in terms of your musical stuff, your the melodies you've written, and maybe replace the drums or tweak the drums a little bit, tweak the mix, just try to get more dynamics into your track. Try to get your kick to kind of stand out a little bit more without having everything else around the kick fighting for space, because I think that's holding your track back. Because it would work a lot better if it just didn't sound so cluttered. The problem is there's no real definition to any sound here. It sounds like there's like 3 things playing at the same time, and I feel like that's just not working. So my major criticism would be to revisit the mixing kind of part. So, and that's all right. That's normal. I mean, everybody has to learn. So I would just kind of focus your energy. I would suggest focusing your energy on mixing for a while and trying to improve in that department, because I mean, songwriting wise, this works as a song. It's just the technical mixing of it isn't really working, just because there is no definition in any of the sounds and just clashes. Anyways, next up. My mic wasn't muted, right? No, okay, cool. Ooh, that would have sucked. Watch Mr. Different do that like 10 times in a stream. Alright, Nasty Porks is next. Weeb Step. Awesome. Alright, just a quick plug once again, because there might be some new viewers here. If you guys want to join a producer community, I have created a producer community on Facebook. And here you can share your tracks. As you can see, some people have shared their tracks already. And if we get enough people in here, we can, give each other criticism and give each other feedback and talk about music. So if you guys want to have a place to kind of post your music, then go ahead and check out this group. And this is basically just for music production related stuff. So feel free to post your tracks. I will post some rules after the stream once I have time. But basically the obvious: no hate comments, no hate speech, no racism, no certain words that, we know morally shouldn't be said, and no spamming, and no spam, no cracked software is what I meant to say. Alright, so here we go, Nasty Porks with Weeb Step. Alright, so my major criticism with this track is that it's not finished. But seriously, I mean, that's a pretty dope track, man. It's like some death step or whatever kids call it these days. I would love to see this track finished, man, because I mean, so far it goes off. I mean, people love it in the good old chat here. So yeah, I mean, I like it so far, man. Keep working on it. You know, add some cool variations to this stuff. I mean, your sound design is obviously pretty good, so I'm sure you could come up with some cool other sounds and some cool mix-up, change-ups for the drop. Excuse me, holy shit. Hell yeah, just go freaking berserk on this track, man, because it's dope too. I'm sorry I don't really have anything bad to say, except that damn short, the damn short is so song. What the fuck? The damn song is so short. I can't even speak anymore. That's what streaming for 3.5 hours will do to you. You can't word. No, but dope too, man. Cool sound design. Just, you know, throw in some change ups. Go berserk on this shit, man. Just, you know, get some cool grooves going in there. I like the wobbles that you have here. Right there. Get some more of that. Get some more wobbles going in there. Get some, I don't know, get some crazy percussion going in there. This has a lot of potential. And I see what you did with the weeb step, the whole weebo kind of thing. Anyways, so nice short track, which allows us to move on rapidly. So yeah, not much to say. I mean, there's not much there. So I would say just keep working on it. And I'm sure the more you work on it, the better it's going to get. So we've got Barra next. Super hard criticism. All right. Yeah, we're just going to play this. And we're going to be super hard on it. All right, here we go. Alright, man, you wanted me to go super hard on you, so here we go. Alright, so I feel like there's just way too much compression on this track, man, because there is, like, no dynamic. I mean, the kick doesn't really poke through that much. What you have going on here, if it wasn't as compressed and it was mixed a little bit better and it wasn't so just entirely squished, the sound design is cool, and I dig this sound. Maybe that sound I'm not a huge total fan of, but I mean, it has potential, man. Just try not to squish your music that much, and you know, keep your kicks kind of being louder than what they are now. I mean, try to get them to be a little bit punchier, let them come through a little bit more. It's just too much compression, man. Because otherwise, this would work a hell of a lot better. Because it got some cool sounds, man. I mean, they're not, you know, it's not shitty sound design. It's, I mean, it's interesting to me, but when even I can pick up that it's too compressed, then it's definitely too compressed, because I'm not one to be able to pick up on those things, you know, right away, unless it's an example like this. But like I said, I mean, otherwise this would work as just, you know, very obviously super compressed, and you know, it might sound a heck of a lot better when it's not so compressed and when it has some, you know, tight drums that actually pop through. So but just, you know, sound design wise, man, just keep doing what you're doing. Just, you know, focus on not compressing stuff too much, otherwise you're going in the right direction. So yeah, let's go ahead and move on. That was a nice quick review, a nice quick track. Okay, all right, we've got Light next. And let me just check this. Got some stuff happening on Facebook. All right, Light with Annihilate, some more dubstep. Here we go. All right, man. So right off the bat, why the drop so short, man? Because that's pretty interesting and just goes by so fast and then it's gone. I personally think you should have the drop go on longer and maybe have maybe the drop going twice as long and have something, a little bit of a mix-up, change-up happening in the second part of the drop, because I just feel like it's a little bit too short, man. It would be really cool if it was went on a little bit longer than that. Otherwise, I mean, it sounds tight, man. Sure, if I blasted this, it would sound fat as hell, so and it does. Yeah, I mean, it's got sub bass. The drums are mixed really cool, and I noticed how you have a different snare here in the second drop, which I really like that snare, and I think it actually works really well. And I didn't even notice until about halfway through the second drop. So yeah, I mean, cool track, man. I would just love to see the drop go on a little bit more. And I really like the vibe that you have going on here. Personally, this could just be due to my taste, but I feel like maybe something else, kind of building some more tension here, would kind of work. I mean, and then again, you have this build-up thing happening here, so yeah, I don't know, man. Honestly, I would just love to see the drops be longer. That's my major criticism. Other than that, I mean, nothing really pops out at me. Besides maybe a bit strong sidechaining where the bass kind of almost disappears for a second or two. Or at least it feels like the compression gets a little bit strong at certain points, which that's just a minor kind of critique. But that's something I did notice. I'm not sure if that's in the sidechain or the actual compression, but it did stand out to me. So otherwise, I mean, the drums are mixed pretty tight and cool stuff. Just that drop, man. Wish it was longer. Really wish it was longer, man. But good work, dude. Really good work on that. That was a dope track. Absolutely. I love that tune. Just needs a longer drop, man. Alright, cool. We got Like You with... Whoa, what's going on with my phone here? Who keeps texting me? Alright, we got... Whatever the fuck this is, not even fucking done. Okay, what the fuck, man? What's up with the title, dude? What's up with the tags, man? Is this gonna be for real? Is this gonna be like a troll track? I really hope not. Alright, well, here we go. Alright, so that is probably the second trippiest track we've had, and yet again, I feel like I just came down from an acid trip. That was, I mean, that was different. And oddly, I kind of like it. I mean, I like this part a lot. And the melody, I mean, if this didn't go on for so long, it would be probably a really interesting part of the track, man. I mean, honestly, if this was to be made into a serious track, I would just say mix it better and do something else here. Because we already heard that for over a minute. So I would say, you know, do something that kind of makes it sound less boring after a while, because if you repeat the same thing over and over again, you're just gonna lose your listener. And then you think it goes away and something new comes in, but no, it's pretty much the same thing. But yeah, I mean, the sub bass on this is just ridiculously boomy. So I would say mixing, it sounds super compressed as well. But I like that chord, that kind of pad thing that's happening. I would love to hear more of that. So if this were to be turned into like a, you know, a full track, I would love to hear more of this stuff and more of the like trippy vibes. Because I mean, I dig the trippiness behind it. If it were mixed like really well, this would actually be kind of an interesting listen, especially on the right kind of drugs. I do not endorse drugs, by the way. All right, so that was interesting. We're still getting submissions like right now. All right, that was interesting. That was, I mean, honestly, dude, that was like a trip in itself, man. What the hell is going on here? Brody Marshall, I saw you were in a stream earlier. Wherever you went, both of your tracks are not working. If you are sending a private track, then make sure that you send the private link and not just the regular link. Let's see if I can kind of demonstrate that with something. Do I have anything that's private? I guess I'm gonna sacrifice the privateness of this track, since after I demonstrate this, it's not gonna be private anymore. But if you have a private track such as this, and oh, a year ago, holy moly, and you want to share it, make sure you go into the sharing and you take the link out of the private share instead of up here, because if you send this link, it's not gonna work. You have to send this link over here, which is a secret link, in order to let me actually be able to hear it. Cool, I can reset the link. Sweet. Alright, so for future reference, that's how you do that. And people are asking to join. You are approved, sir. Okay, so sorry, Brody. If you send in something else, I will try to remember, but I'm going to try and move up the list here. We've got a couple of submissions. We already listened to that. Where are we? Alright, it's Fangs. We got Fangs next with Singularity, and just some future bass. You need some black tar heroin for this track. Well, I was thinking more like psychedelics, but okay. Yeah, I was liking some serious arrangement, but if you're trying to do some trippy shit, I don't really think it matters. I mean, as long as it's executed well. So if you get really good at mixing, man, I mean, that shit would probably trip out a lot of people. So there's always a niche and always a group of people who will listen to something, you know, no matter how weird you think something is, some people will appreciate it. So just got to execute it the right way. All right, here we go. Okay, here we go. Yeah, this track just mainly just needs a sub bass, in my opinion. I mean, I don't really feel any sub bass down there. It just feels like it's high passed over like 100 hertz, and there's nothing below that besides some remnants of the kick. So yeah, I mean that's my main criticism, man. It's just this would sound a lot beefier and a lot bassier if it had some sub bass. I mean, maybe it's just super low. I mean, I hear a little bit of bass there, actually. So it's not no bass, but it needs something else, man. It just feels a little bit lacking down there. Not sure if that's me. Oh yeah, Strange Reality. Dude, oh, man, I just went over this. Now, all right, hold on. Strange Reality. I recognize your thing. Okay. Your tracks here, right? Same avatar. Your tracks don't work because you didn't send the private link. If you resend the private link, I will do your track, but hold on. I will show you how to do the private link real quick. For anybody again wondering how to do this, if you have a private track and you want me to hear it and you send it with this link, it's not going to work. Go over here and use the private share link. So this link right here, send me that, because sending me this will not work, okay? So if you resend your track, let me know when you do, and I will we'll get back to it, because we did go past you because the track didn't work. So just so you know, for future reference, make sure you send the private link, okay? Alright, alright, so see, both of these tracks, well, they're the same track, but they're the same link, so it doesn't work. Alright, so we went past you, we did you, Fangs, Mad Defender, holy crap, he's been... Well, he submitted this a while ago. I remember him asking like 2.5 hours ago when he was coming up next. Alright, so... here we go. We got some hardcore. Holy crap. Here we go. Alright, I mean, for this to be like a hardstyle track, you got everything in the hardstyle kick. You got the distortion, except for the kick. Like, it doesn't feel like it hits you. It's just the distortion. Melodies, the synths are a bit cheesy. You could probably use some different synths, some bigger kind of EDM-y synths. you know, if you have to go to Nexus and grab some of their leads. But for the main part, in order for this to work as a hardstyle track, the kick needs to have some kind of kick behind it. And right now it just has distortion and some low end, and it doesn't really feel like it hits you. So it's not really kick-like at all. So yeah, I'm not a hardstyle guy, so not much to say about that, except that it needs more kick and maybe some different melodies and leads. Anyways, so Brody, you have resent your track. Alright, let's go ahead and play this one since we kind of skipped yours since it didn't work before. Nice track, man. I really enjoyed the melodies in this and the piano. It was very soft, very mellow. I like the drop too, man. It's got nice melodies, nice leads. I feel like you could maybe find some ways of kind of I don't know, having some other stuff going on in those empty spaces. I mean, of course you don't have to. But I don't know, I feel like there's a lot of room for you to still do different things here. Maybe even on the chords and between the chords. And again, the chords feel really nice. I wouldn't really go about messing too much with those. I think they sound nice. I just feel like there's a lot of space between here where you could have maybe some lower frequency stuff happening to kind of fill out the gaps. Of course, it's always good to have some emptiness and it helps to not always just have bass playing, which, you know, I totally understand, but there's a lot of room for you to still do different things, and it doesn't have to be, you know, ridiculously super heavy sound design. I think, you know, since you did nail the melody stuff, you might be able to find some more interesting bass things to do that kind of harmonize well with what's happening, you know, with the lead and everything. I like what's going on, man. It just works, you know, music-wise. So, yeah, I would just pretty much not even change anything, just improve what you already have. Honestly, that's all I can really say. I don't know how I feel about this part with the low-pass filter at the end. I mean, it doesn't sound bad. It kind of actually sounds nice. I don't know, man, but I do like the music box as well. So, like I said, my main critique is just the, there's a little bit, it's not really a critique, I guess it's just a suggestion. Just work with what you already have and just find ways of kind of building on top of what you have and maybe adding things to just enhance it and just kind of fill out some of the empty gaps while still kind of keeping that space between, you know, all the hits and all the stuff, the chord hits and everything that you have going on, if that makes sense. Sorry if that's a bit vague. Yeah, it's a nice track though. I really like the piano part especially. Right when I heard that, I already knew it was going to be a nice tune. So, all right, nice track, man. Thanks for the resubmission. I appreciate that. Yeah, like, a second listen, I didn't really mind it too much. At first, I was like, oh, where's this going? But now, I mean, you know, I get it. I don't mind it. I ain't hating, man. I'm not hating. All right, so, now I gotta find my place here again. Let's see, we played, oh boy, we played, oh shit, my list keeps moving. Now we played this one, we played, holy shit, I am so lost in my list right now. Alright, we did play this one, right? I don't know, man. Alright, you guys are gonna have to help me out here, because I'm kind of lost in my list. I think they're all mixed up. Oh, God. No, they're not. Alright. So, we left off... God, I'm so lost. Alright, we did play these here. All these I played. You've already been played. Actually, I played one of this guy's tracks at the beginning of the stream. Right, I played dubstep already. Yeah, we listened to this. We listened to Fangs. Shit, my list keeps on moving on me. Alright, so, oh man, what's happening? Why is this happening? I just lost my place all of a sudden. Alright, so, this, okay, that's where we left off. Alright, cool. Now I got it. So this one is next. And Scatter, we already played one of your tracks, I think. So I'm going to try to keep it to one person per stream, just to kind of make it fair. So I know we listened to yours, because I remember telling you and seeing you in the chat. And you're not even here anymore. Alright, so... here we go. Trap. Yo, I just noticed something because I wasn't even paying attention. I didn't even look at this. So that's not the same guy that sent in this, so oh, it is. I just not sure if there's copyright on this. There is copyright on this, isn't there? So he sent in his own track just on a different like a promoter, I guess, or whatever. But I don't know. I mean, Because we got this over here, and that's a copyright sign, isn't it? No, it's not. Okay. You know what, I'm just gonna go with my gut on this and just play this because it sounded sick, so I don't really want to miss a sick track, so let's just play it. Alright, so that seems like a lot of the same stuff, so I'm just gonna go ahead and just end it there. I like the instrument play that's happening here. I dig the vibe of it that it's kind of setting up here. But it feels like there should be kind of like some kind of counter instrument kind of playing something here in the drop. At least in my opinion, it feels like it's missing something. And if I would have to critique it, I would say that it's just missing some kind of other instrument. Maybe not playing along with it, but playing some kind of counter melody maybe, or maybe just something to kind of spice it up a little bit, because for the most part it is so slow and it basically has the same thing just happening over and over again, which I like what is happening. I just feel like what is happening doesn't really support almost 5 minutes and 20 seconds of the same thing happening. If that makes sense. I don't know if that sentence structure is all proper there, but yeah, it just, I don't know, it's lacking something to kind of mix it up again. It's all about just finding change-ups and other instruments that kind of you know, keep you interested, and maybe even different variations of the same melody as well. I don't know, there's so many other things that could be done with this, and I dig the track itself. I actually love the vibe of it because it's super like chill and it's super ambient, and it's got really cool sounding instruments in it, and they're, you know, played quite well. Just feel like there's something else that would just make this sound even better. But all in all, it's a dope track though. I mean, I can see why it got a lot of plays. Cool track, cool stuff. All right, let's try to keep this moving a little bit faster here. So now we have I Don't Know, just a random drum step, not finished a thing. Here we go. That's not muted. Here we go. Okay, that was an interesting kind of thing here. Intro was like, whoa, what's going on here? There's a lot missing, isn't there? So yeah, it just seems like there's a lot missing there. You know, it needs some kind of intro. Mainly we just got drums here. And this weird kind of sound, which is kind of interesting actually. I mean, the sound is interesting. It's just it's a work in progress. Somebody just started this, so I can totally see, you know, just get some drums in there and, you know, just go into the drop and make some sound. So that sound right there is really interesting. Yeah, I feel like it just needs a little bit of something to kind of keep the energy going again. I can, well, personally from a producer perspective, I can just see like a little maybe an 8th or 16th note kind of higher synth to kind of bring some more energy into this, because it has a lot of potential. It sounds sick, and it has some interesting sound design here like this. It's kind of an interesting sound. So is that, you know, it sounds like some cool massive patches like I'm a fan of. So again, more variations would be cool. Maybe some layering would do this a lot of, would benefit this track a lot. And just, you know, keep producing it. I mean, it seems like an early kind of start, so I'm sure there's a lot more that you can do with this, and I can appreciate, you know, where it's going already. Yeah, just try to find cool ways of, you know, keeping up that energy. Drum step usually is about, you know, having high energy. It's like dubstep's ADHD, you know, cousins. So you know, and also kind of drum and bass related. So drum and bass, again, known for a lot of energy. So finding some ways to kind of bring some more energy would be really cool, because sound design wise, it's, you know, it works already. So take this idea that you have and just try to, you know, again, build off of that and develop that into a track that, you know, hopefully sounds interesting over the course of about 3 minutes or so. All right, so next up, cool stuff though, man. Like I said, I dig that. What's up, man? What's up? Alright, where were we? Holy crap. Alright, Scatter. We already played Scatter. Oops. Where are we? Okay. Whoops. Skip me again. Okay, actually, dude, I think you are next, because I see your name in the inbox, unless somebody coincidentally just has the exact same name. But I think after this guy here, you are next. So we've got one more guy, and then it's a you. So we've got Shappy and Shiny, not calm. Cool, here we go. All right. Cool stuff. Some more of that future bassy kind of stuff. Chords felt a little bit dry. If I'd had some constructive criticism to give about this track, it would be, yeah, mainly just how dry it sounds. That's one thing that kind of struck me. I mean, it has bass and everything. It just feels kind of plain in terms of the chords. I feel like chords could use a little bit of maybe processing, maybe some reverb or some kind of delay. But you know, if you're using a delay, maybe kind of keep it a little bit lower on the feedbacks or on the mix. But a little bit of reverb might be nice. Also, some more kind of percussive stuff might be nice. I mean, it just feels very, very plain. Even though, I mean, the melodies and the chords are nice. Yeah, I mean, the vocal chops here work, but over here I kind of feel like something else would also kind of maybe work on top of that. Maybe after you've got these chords going for a little bit, like a little lead or something, make it more a little bit more I don't know, stand out a little bit more melodic perhaps. Though the vocal chops kind of help make it more interesting again after the chords have played, so it doesn't feel as repetitive. But yeah, but otherwise, I mean, you know, it works musically and nothing really seems out of tune. Yeah, I guess it just feels a bit plain. I would say just, you know, produce it a little bit more, maybe mess around with some leads or some other kind of synths on top of that, and maybe some processing on the chords, because for some reason it just feels plain and kind of dry. So while it works melodically and musically, I would say it just doesn't really feel as exciting as perhaps it can. So I would say just keep working on it, because it's a really solid start. I mean, you've got good melody stuff. It's just, you know, about producing it a little bit more and just experimenting with different things that kind of make it sound better. So I mean, that's one thing that I'm personally trying to work on when I listen to my music, and I'm like, man, you know, it could use this and that. So it's like, you know, just, I don't know, analyze and compare your stuff to other stuff, I guess, too. All right, cool. That was a more energetic kind of track, though. It did have energy. It just, like I said, just felt like it was missing something. All right, so we've got this Mad Dogs up next, but not the one in the chat, apparently. All right. Oh, I'm getting tired, guys. All right. Merry Christmas. So it's been out for a while already. Here we go.
primed and ready.
Reaper here.
Alright, so I'm not going to play through the whole thing because it sounds like for the most part it's about the same thing. So I'm just going to kind of point out some of the things. I mean, it sounds like whoever this person is probably a beginner, so I'm going to try and be constructive and give some actual, hopefully useful advice for a beginner. First of all, there are ways that you can keep your things in key, because a lot of things in this track sound very out of key, and there are, like I said, I probably should have started with that sentence. Like I said, there are a lot of ways to actually keep your stuff in key, and what I mean is, one, it doesn't sound like it's following a certain progression, and it sounds like two instruments are playing kind of in different scales or in different keys, and if that already is too advanced for you to understand, then I would suggest going on YouTube and learning a little bit about playing in key and learning how to, for example, in FL Studio, basically build out the scale of a certain key that you want to play in front of you, and then just following those notes that are in that certain scale. And there are different scales that you can pick, but pick one, because it sounds like you are playing in 3 different ones, and it just doesn't make sense musically, and it sounds off. So it's about learning what sequence of notes works when, or just not even learning. I mean, you can do that stuff by ear. So again, there are ways to kind of help you guide you, I guess, along that journey, trying to, get used to making everything sound like it works together. I'm kind of ranting, aren't I? Need some coffee. But yeah, like I said, I mean, it just sounds out of key. A lot of stuff sounds off tempo, like even BPM wise, they don't really make sense. Like some things are just misplaced. I don't know. I can't pinpoint exactly what makes it sound so off.
Reaper here.
It just kind of sounds off. Oh man, I'm getting tired. It's really hard for me to make coherent strings of sentences at this point. Yeah, I would again look into learning how to play in key, and just learning how to build basic melodies that just don't sound off, and then learning how to build melodies on top of that sound like they're all part of one song, rather than making them feel so kind of detached from one another. I would suggest Varian on YouTube. I would really suggest that guy's YouTube channel, because I mean, that's how I learned a lot of stuff that I wasn't aware of when it comes to this stuff. So I would check this guy out. Whoops. Shit, how do you spell? Okay, here we go. This guy right here. Whoops. I would suggest checking this guy out, because he's got some tutorials on that kind of stuff. So yeah, music theory kind of stuff, and you don't have to learn music theory just to be able to make something that sounds in key. I mean, these are going to be just tips to help you guide you along, and you can look up how to make basic chords and how to string together chord progressions. There are tons of videos out there, but that'll get you a good start in making things kind of make sense together musically. And once you've got that figured out, then I would go back to like learning sound design and stuff like that. Because here's a good example. Here. Right there. Sounds very off. So I've gone on enough about that track. All I'm trying to stress is just learn, use YouTube and learn how to kind of work within the scale so everything doesn't sound off key. That was a hell of a rant. Alright, I think I'm gonna need to grab some kind of caffeine in a moment, so holy crap. Yeah, I need some caffeine. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go get something to kind of get me going again, because I'm getting super sleepy. So give me about 2 minutes, less than 5 minutes, and I will be right back.
marijuana. Myths that lull thousands of young people into experimenting with obnoxious weed. Intoxicating, mind-muddling drug. Its use can lead to abnormal behavior, to psychological dependence, and to abuse of other drugs. Safer to use than alcohol. It's the in thing, the hula hoop of the jet generation, and as much a part of growing up as smoking corn silk behind the back fence.
Alright, sorry about that, guys. It's been a super long stream. I'm getting pretty tired, so a little break was necessary. Alright, so we had, I'm already lost again. Alright, we had, I don't know. No, we already did that one. Alright. Let's see. Trying to find my place again. Okay, right, okay. Whoops, I keep losing my spot. Let me bring this over here so you guys can see the list. And, let's see, where was I? Here we were. We already listened to that one. So, gotta do this one now. Mute my microphone, that would probably help. Take a look at the chat real quick. Discussing production. Cool beans. Alright. Alright, so that sounded like it was pretty much the same thing over. So people are saying it was from a remix competition. Would be great to have known that ahead of time, because I'd like to not do remixes here. So that was literally the only exception that we're gonna have here, just because I wasn't aware of it. If you guys catch on to that, please let me know again, because sometimes I don't know. So if it sounds familiar, let me know. But I mean, it was a cool track. It just got a little bit repetitive after a while, no? Actually, I already closed the track, didn't I? Let's see if I can open that back up. Here it is. It just felt a bit repetitive. I mean, overall, I mean, it was mixed alright. It just... yeah, it just got a little bit repetitive. It kind of fell flat after a while, you know? I feel like it just needs more variation in it. And, especially here, I mean, at this point, it's like, alright, I mean, there's no really need to play it over again, because it already kind of, got played out a little bit, but... in a remix, I mean, it's not a remix, huh? I mean, the melody was nice, dude. If it's not a remix, then good job, because the melodies were solid. I just think you could have some more variation. But it sounds mixed quite well. Yeah, I guess the only really big gripe I have with it is just that the melody gets a little bit repetitive. But I mean, production-wise, it's pretty damn cool. And if it's not a remix, then nice job on that. So good stuff overall, man. I would just I don't know, maybe in the future do some more variation and stuff, because as a listener, it just, like I said, the same melody over and over just gets a little bit repetitive. Cool stuff, man. Here we go. Next up is Phoenix with the Arabic EDM Work in Progress. Okay, that was a cool track, man. I dig it. I especially dig this. Where is it? This was pretty sweet. I like this melody quite a lot. Yeah, playing. Yeah. Very nice. If I had some major criticisms, it would be first of all that plucked instrument right there. Not too sure. I mean, I like what it is playing. I'm just not too sure if mix-wise it fits in there very well. I would maybe mix it in differently. Not sure if it's the width of it, or the timbre of the instrument itself, but for some reason it just feels like it stands out a little bit. Maybe kind of mix that in a little bit differently, and the kick just doesn't feel as big as it maybe could. But again, that's just some minor criticism. I feel like a bigger kick or a kind of more present kick, something that kind of punches through a little bit, would make this a little bit better. Because it's supposed to be obviously a high energy track, right? So you want something that kind of, you know, sounds good on the dance floor, and I feel like that kick was just lacking a little bit. Just say it shortly, I guess the kick just felt a little bit too weak, maybe. So minor criticisms there, but I guess that's what we're here for, right? So cool stuff though, man. Cool melodies, interesting melodies and interesting sounds. So it works. Good job. I have been streaming for way too long, man. Almost 5 hours. Yeah, almost 5 hours. Holy crap. Alright. Gonna try and get through this as quick as we can. Hopefully we can cover almost every single one of these tracks. Oh, yeah. Every time I look at the time that I've been streaming for, it's like, oh, it takes something out of me. Alright, here we go. We've got Overdose with Sorrow featuring Shadow.
Is this the life I want to live? I close my eyes, I'm starting to feel who I am and who I wanna be. I want you to see me, sorrow and happiness. Everybody knows how it is. Take my hand, you give me trees. We can go high on the hills. Feel the rhythm of your heart. It's the perfect time to start. Don't be afraid of what you want. Just don't stop running. Feel the rhythm of your heart. It's the perfect time to start. Don't be afraid of what you want. Just don't stop running. Everybody knows how it is. Take my hand, you give me trees. We can go high on the hills. Feel the rhythm of your heart. It's the perfect time to start. Don't be afraid of what you want. Just don't stop running. Feel the rhythm of your heart. It's the perfect time to start. Don't be afraid of what you want. Just don't stop running.
Alright, that was a cool track. Nice vocals, very clean vocals. Nice chords, very lush.
Just don't stop running.
Yeah, I mean, if this was me, I guess I will have to phrase it like this. If this was me, I would probably layer something else on those chords. Maybe a little mid-rangey kind of bass. Not like a sub, you already got a sub, but maybe something very small in the mid-range. If that were me, of course. And, I mean, because otherwise, I can't really say much about this track. It's a really nice track. Would be really cool if the second part of this drop, or this part of the second drop, I should say, had some more kind of variation. Maybe some wobbles on the chords would be interesting, kind of futury almost. But I almost kind of felt like something like that should have been coming. I really like this track though. I mean, it was a really nice track.
Just don't stop.
Really nice break, really nice instruments. I mean, actually, you know what? It doesn't really feel empty. I guess, you know, don't really need any mid-range kind of sounds on it. It doesn't really feel empty. And that would just be me. And who knows if that would actually sound right. But I like it. I mean, maybe something else, because again, the same chords for the second drop. I feel like just a small variation would have made it a little bit more interesting for the second time around. But you know, who knows? Maybe that's just me too. But I don't know. I feel like some leads or something like that on top of it, or just some kind of a little variation to make it a little bit more interesting, less repetitive. But I mean, that's just a minor gripe. Overall, really nice track though. I mean, I love the vocals. I love the melodies. Really nice chords too. Nice breakdown. So good job on this. How long I've been producing for? Yeah, something around that. I mean, I've been producing using FL Studio for around 9 years, almost 10 years, but I didn't really start to take it serious until I was like 19, 20 even. And that's when I actually like started to get into like the technicality of producing rather than just screwing around and making weird music. Some stuff couldn't even be considered music. I mean, I'm making a lot of different weird stuff, so. Alright, next we have Z Bumpy with Wildfire. And it's dubstep. Let's go ahead and check this out. Okay, what's up everybody? Sankus here. But no, this track, first of all, I think in this kind of build-up, or intro, I guess you should say, that we have here, it could probably use a little bit of bass or something. Like what's going on here, could maybe be going on over here as well, because I feel a little bit of bass over here. I feel some bass there, but over here I feel no bass. So maybe it would be a little bit more interesting with that. Maybe some, I don't know, some kind of riser or something would be cool too. As for the drop, I think you should experiment or research some ways of treating your basses to kind of make them sound more coherent together, or just mixing in general, mixing your drums and things like that. It sounds a little bit unbalanced in terms of volume, and it could definitely use some EQing on some of the sounds as well. I mean, the sound design is interesting. You got some grimy sounds. Which, you know, for the most part sound pretty interesting. So I would just say, you know, learn how to mix your stuff a little bit better. The sub felt a little bit wonky on the bottom as well, but actually, you know, it's not too bad if you would just mix your sounds a little bit better, because I think it's the mid-range and everything that needs a little bit of treatment rather than the actual sub. Again, I don't use a separate sub, but some of the sounds here just feel a little bit unbalanced. You got some of these super loud sounds, and you got some kind of quieter stuff coming in. And it feels a little bit empty. I think one of the reasons that it feels so empty is also because the percussion is really quiet. I mean, I hear some hi-hat stuff going on, but you would want to use hi-hat to kind of drive your groove and to kind of keep your groove going, and in this case they're not really all that audible, which can kind of take away a lot from the fullness of your drop and the fullness of the kind of groove that you have going on. So, I mean, I know there are hi-hats there somewhere. I hear them when nothing else is playing, but when everything else is playing, you have no idea that there are hi-hats. So yeah, see, there they are. So I would just check out some mixing techniques and keep practicing, man. Good start. Just keep doing what you're doing, you know. Just keep learning and keep producing. That's the only way you're gonna get better. So yeah, cool. All right, who's next? Saraxic with this unnamed track here. So what's your track? Who are you? Sorry, I don't know who you are on SoundCloud. I can try to let you know if you let me know what your SoundCloud thing is. So yeah, I can also show the list while I play the track. Hey, I'm pretty sure I remember you, Saraxic. Pretty sure I remember you. Maybe not. I'm pretty sure you sent something in before. I could have sworn you did. Alright. So, I've got a huge problem with this track, which is that it's not long enough. Seriously, man. Keep working on this track, man. This is really dope. This is exactly the kind of shit that I like, man. And I like how you incorporate the meme as well. This is dope, man. It just needs to be longer, dude. Keep working on this track, man. Seriously, I don't really have anything bad to say about it because it's so short, and so far from what I've heard, I like it. got nice vocal chops. Got the nice synths going on, super soft, and you got some grimy shit coming in. Yeah, man, keep doing this. I mean, honestly, it's too short. I hate when something sick like this is too short. Yeah, keep working on it, man. Throwing some sick change-ups, some more cool sound design. Got the sick melodies with the nice synths. Get a nice breakdown going, you know what I mean? I like what you're doing with this already. Just keep on doing your thing and finish this tune and send it my way when you're done with it, please. So, good job, man. Again, minor criticism. Minor. It's just that it's 38 freaking seconds long. Alright, that was a cool submission. That was, some grimy shit. Alright, let's see what's going on in the chat. People... Yeah, well, I mean, it's only 38 seconds, so, you know, if it's not mastered, not really a big deal. Don't really care if it's mastered or not, as long as it's not mastered terribly. I'd rather hear a song that's unmastered rather than a totally destroyed by mastering track, so... Artex, yours, the first one you sent in, here, was, a non-working private link, so we had to skip you, and now you've sent in one that actually works. So, since you did send it in way ahead of everybody, and we were gonna play yours, but it didn't work, I will play yours next real quick. And it's a very short track, so we'll just do this one, and we'll check this out. Okay. Okay, so synth the sound that's playing here underneath those vocals feel like they're out of tune, or maybe the vocals. No. That sound right here feels like it's just super out of tune. I don't know if it's me, it just sounds a little too, what's the word that I'm looking for? God, I don't even know. Dissonant? just feel like that kind of takes away from the. I say that a lot, don't I? It kind of takes away from that solidity by being so out of tune of the entire rest of the track. Yeah, I mean, I would also recommend maybe having some other kind of instruments happening. I mean, actually, I really like this kind of thing. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, man. It just, that part really kind of does it for me. It just kind of feels a little out of tune, that sound. And here that's right, here we have that other part that kind of sounds out of tune. So here we have something, it just, one of those things kind of just sounds out of key. Like it just doesn't, especially when that brass comes in. Something here is just totally out of tune, and it just kind of throws off the whole kind of dynamic between all those different sounds. And you know, you want to have your things kind of play together well and make sense together and sound well together musically. And in this case, I think some of these sounds are just not playing nicely together. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Personally, I mean, this is just up to my taste too. I don't really feel the vocals really all that much. You know, some people like that kind of stuff. Personally, I don't, so that's totally up to taste. But one thing that I think is a good objective point to make is that it just sounds out of tune. And I was trying to kind of show you all the areas where I kind of heard that. So in the intro, I kind of heard that too. And then with this sound, I think it just doesn't really work all that well together. I would just kind of revisit some of that stuff and figure out a way that you could kind of make that sound more in tune together. You know, whether you have to pitch that sound that you have here up or whatever, or replace it with a different sound, I don't know. It's totally up to your experimentation to figure out how to do that, because I don't know exactly what it even is that's playing here. It just sounds totally out of tune. Who roasted you? Do I have contact 5? Yeah, I have contact. Alright. Whew, okay. Gather up my energy here. Next up we have I'm Scared with Help. Here we go.
Is it recording? Still kind of loud, but it's straight.
Okay. So one thing I noticed here is that the kick, I don't know if you even have a kick in there. What I would recommend is, if you have a kick in there, finding a way to make that kick a little bit louder. If you don't have a kick in there, I would recommend putting a kick in there and kind of side-chaining your 808 to the kick a little bit maybe. But it definitely needs a kick. I mean, I can hear a kick, so you probably do have a kick, so I would just find a way to make that kick, first of all, a little bit punchier.
Still kind of loud, but it's straight.
We've got a super huge volume difference here as well. I think the strings could be a little bit louder or something. Maybe not as dry either. Yeah, actually, maybe the sound that you have playing on here could be a little less dry. The strings could be a little bit louder, probably. But really, really do kind of recognize that sound from somewhere. I don't know if that's just me. I mean, I don't know where you're getting the percussion stuff from, if that's a loop or not. If you made the percussion, then good job, because the percussions are cool. If you got them from a loop, then I don't know. I didn't recognize them. If you got them from a pack or something like that, like the whole loop thing. Yeah, I mean, so there's that. It needs a kick, and I would work on the mixing a little bit as well. Learn how to mix basses and 808s and kicks and things like that to make it feel a little bit solid. Sound design wise, this could probably work really well. It just needs a little bit of, a little bit of kick to it. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have much else to say about it. I really don't know how much of this, people are saying they recognize it from cymatics. I don't know if, a lot of this is from cymatics, so I don't know how much of that you made yourself. If you made a lot of this stuff yourself, then, I mean, good job. It's a nice melody. It just needs work in the drop department. Yeah, so I would work on the drop and just, put a kick in there and just, find ways of mixing the drop sounds a little bit to get tighter together. Mainly kick and things like that. And maybe bring some of these other things up a little bit. Like the strings, for example, those are pretty nice, so yeah. All in all, cool stuff. I mean, it has some really nice bits in there, so. Alright. Is it? Yeah, I don't know. I've never heard of it, so. Alright, let's move on. Try and do this, get through this list while not sounding like I'm falling asleep. Alright. It's not because of the music that I'm falling asleep, it's because I've been going for 5 hours, so. And it's like 10:30 over here, so. I'm sorry if I do sound a little bit tired and if my sentences don't really string together all that great. I'm trying though. Let's go ahead and move on.
Lacking. He feels that something's lacking. Safety.
Alright, so that was a pretty cool experimental kind of thing here. I mean, all in all, it was really interesting just because it was super different than most of what I hear. I listen to it one more time. Yeah, I mean, I really like what's happening here, man. I wouldn't change anything that's there. I would probably just add small things to it and just probably mix it differently if it were me. I really love what's happening. I mean, the sound design is really interesting to me. It's like super granular sounding, so like props on that part, man. I would probably just add something like small to it. Maybe just a small pad in the background. I don't know, something like a third element rather than just those glitchy sounds and drums. Excuse me. Just a small, I don't know, something. Build a little bit more atmosphere. I think when it comes down to it, that's the one thing this thing is missing, is like some kind of really cool and experimental sound designy kind of background atmosphere. Like Pad Shop would be freaking sweet for this kind of track right here. I really love what's happening here, man. Like I said, I would just add small things to it to build something on top of this track, or I guess you should say behind the track. Not really on top of what's going on, but kind of behind it and just fill it out. I mean, I think I even saw somebody say it just kind of felt a little bit empty. This was freaking sweet, and yeah, I mean, if you add some subtle little touches in the background, even effects, man. I mean, because right now you just pretty much have the drums and this kind of glitchy sound. If you had some interesting effects kind of playing off of that, like, you know, transitional things, and whenever you have those kind of things happening, maybe something else like a small little swell, little reversed vocal, who knows, man. A little bit of reverb, it just sounds really dry and like something is missing, but this is freaking sweet otherwise though, man. Like experimental wise, this is dope. So a lot of props to you for, you know, the sound design stuff. Yeah, this was awesome, dude. Can I show the list again? I shall in a second. Okay, here's the list. So that was oops, that was something with almost. Let's see. That was him. So next we have Infinity, then we have whoops, I hate SoundCloud message lists. Next we have Infinity, then we have this guy, and then we have something along those lines. Kayan. Oh man, I can't even read. Can't even pronounce these things right. Timbro, Azure, Pixel Step, Kenny, and so on and so forth. So we're getting there, man. We're getting to the top of the list there, slowly but surely. Very slowly. Somewhat surely. Alright, so next up we have you with No Say No. It's got my name in it. That makes me feel special. Alright, here we go. Okay, so we got some more kind of experimental stuff. Very slow. Yeah, I mean, I think this slow kind of tempo would work if you had some other percussion kind of driving the beat forward a little bit. It doesn't have to be a lot, but just something to kind of give it a little bit of a groove. Maybe even more of a constant sub wobble, or it doesn't have to be constant, but more in between those, in between the space here. I mean, something to kind of keep it driving forward because it is such a slow BPM. If you want this kind of thing to work in like, you know, like a I don't know, a club environment or something, you'd probably want to have some kind of sub underneath, something that kind of keeps driving the track. That's why tracks that are kind of like this, super like empty and like slow and like groove focused, usually have some kind of like constant like sub going, like whoop whoop whoop. It just kind of keeps you moving while everything else kind of goes super slow. It just kind of keeps the track going. And like I said, percussion would be interesting too. It's got an interesting vibe to it. I mean, this picture kind of fits the vibe, not gonna lie. Just feels a bit empty, and though I know that you're probably going for something kind of empty and slow and just like kind of atmospheric, it still feels like it is missing something that kind of keeps the groove going. So yeah, I would try one of those two things that I suggested. If not, you know, check out what else you can do without really destroying the vibe that you're going for, while also being able to just keep going, you know what I mean? Keep some kind of groove going, and, you know, be able to keep that slow kind of thing going. Yeah, I hope that makes sense to you, man. Alright, so next up, we have Collapse. And it's a minute and a half, some dubstep. I did not mix it 100%. Well, you wouldn't be the first, man. Alright, so you already mentioned that you didn't really mix this 100%, so I mean, I guess that's one of the first things I would really start with, is mixing. In particular, drums. Make the drums a little bit punchier once you do start mixing. That offbeat kind of thing here. Maybe bring that behind your basses. Maybe bring that into the background a little bit more and beef up the like mid-range bass sounds that you have. You know, and keep the sub bass in check as well. You know, make sure you don't bring the sub bass up too much while still being able to kind of beef up whatever kind of mid-range basses you have. Bring out a little offbeat thing back in the background is what I would suggest. Yeah, I mean, you know, mix it a little bit. I wouldn't, you know, go too crazy with mixing. Just try to make, you know, the drums punchy and try to find a consistent kind of volume level for your instruments. And then, you know, keep working on the track. see if you can take what you have and build off of that, and you can repeat certain things and other things, add little variations. Maybe a little riser or something here would be nice too. I would suggest. There it is. Maybe having that come in a little bit sooner. I mean, you have some kind of a riser, so I don't know, maybe have that riser come in a little bit sooner and just build up a little bit longer, or something along those lines. But yeah, I mean, I guess the major critique I would have for this is just mixing. Because I mean, I can't really say much else about it, because I mean, half the sounds aren't really all that audible. For example, the drums. There's the snares, for example, super quiet, and so is the kick. So yeah, balancing the sounds, man. EQing things like that, mainly volume sliders. I mean, those can go a long way, so I would just approach it like that. I mean, what I would recommend is just bring every single volume slider down, bring your kick up to until it reaches maybe about -6 decibels. Bring your snare up till it's almost as loud as your kick, so it's both nice and loud, so they slam. And then start to bring your other sliders up, bring your bass up, bring your more important instruments up until they kind of sit in the foreground without being too loud with your kicks and snares. A little bit of sidechaining, things like that. There's videos on how to do that. And then bring up your backgrounds until they're audible to how they should be without being, without going to the foreground. So keep them in the background. And yeah, I mean, learn and practice. So that's that. What's going on here? Yeah, it seems a bit muffled. That could be from mixing and things like that. Okay. You do mine yet? Man, you sent yours an hour ago, apparently. We're getting closer, man. I mean, there's still a few ahead of you, but when you submitted yours, you were like one of the last people to submit yours, Richie. I got a text message. Okay, anyways, doesn't matter. Infinity is next with Iridescent. I can't even words right now. Let's go ahead and play this tune. We got a little bit of house, so we have a lot of trap and dubstep. Let's go ahead and mix it up a little bit. Holy crap, it's almost 11 o'clock. Okay, I had to play a couple of parts of that again. Really liked the end there. The piano was really nice. I was actually listening to this part here, and I would love to just hear some piano chords over there. This isn't really a critique. It's more of a, I would love to hear this here because I feel like it would make this part a heck of a lot stronger if you had some nice kind of mellow piano chords kind of down low, just, you know, kind of nice emotional piano chords. You know, you don't have to have that top melody. That's just what I would love to hear here. But sweet track, I mean, nice melodies and stuff. I don't know, it just, again, it's one of those things where the melodies are really nice and everything, and, you know, it's got nice synths and everything, but I feel at some point the melody just, I don't know, falls a little flat. Not to say that's, you know, it gets bad or anything. It just, I don't know, it feels like it needs something rather than just going up an octave. You know, I feel like maybe a different synth playing with that melody would have been nice. I just, again, I feel like it's not really repetitive. It doesn't really play over that long. It just, I don't know, it just feels like it's missing something to me at this point. I don't know, maybe some kind of other synth coming in, you know? And this was my favorite part here, though, was the piano. And here as well. Again, I said this earlier, that sometimes I feel like these, you know, nice chord stacks just need a little bit of mid-range, and I feel like in this case, again, I said this earlier too, that it feels like it could be just a subjective thing, something that maybe just me as an individual producer would do, so it's less of a listener perspective, but me as a producer, I would probably also have a little bit more, not bass as in sub-bass, but something else kind of down low in that bass area to make it feel a little bit stronger. I don't know, hard for me to say. I'm also super tired, so, you know, half the shit I'm saying could just be shit talking at this point. But really cool stuff. You know, I guess the main two things are, I would love to hear some piano chords here, and again, it's not really a criticism, it's just something that I would like to hear. And just maybe some other synth coming in there. I just feel like at that point the piano, the melody doesn't really go as strong. You know, it's an idea that I think has been repeated for a little bit too long at that point. But nice track though. It's got nice melodies otherwise. You know, the melodies on their own were really nice as well, and it has really nice instruments. Piano was super nice. That's my favorite part. I love piano, so awesome job with that. Yeah, just I don't know, man. Keep producing and, you know, mess around, experiment with some leads maybe, or whatever you feel best. I don't know, man. When is the track with me and Eek gonna be done? I just did the first part today. He said he worked on it a little bit, and yeah, I mean, I don't know if he sent it back yet. If he sent it back, I'll probably work on it a little bit more. We'll probably trade off, I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 times, however much he wants to still work on it. Maybe it'll be done within the next trade-off. You know, who knows, man. I have no idea what the state of that track is right now, because he worked on it and I've been streaming ever since. So anyways, here we go with Team Bro. I'm gonna try and get through this. Sorry again, getting super tired here, so I'm trying to like get through this while still being able to come up with constructive things to say. But at a certain point, it's like, man, how much music have I listened to now? Alright, so here we go. Alright guys, can we just all take a moment here to appreciate this profile picture or this track art here? Just take a moment to all appreciate this and take it all in, because that has to be just some of the most creative stuff we've had today. But all jokes aside, man, this guy said this is his second ever song. Which, if it's his second ever song that he's ever made, then honestly, I'm pretty impressed, because my second ever song was nowhere near this. I have really good examples of my, like, 20th song, and it didn't sound anything as good as this, man. I mean, so that's not too bad, man. I mean, if it's something that you're starting off with, then I would say it's a pretty good start. If I want to get into some technical things, I mean, if you're a beginner, then a lot of these things aren't really gonna be probably all that meaningful. But over here, the bass is a bit strong, so I would just, if you're starting out, you know, maybe find some good videos that kind of explain sub bass and things like that. Because that's an important part with this kind of music, especially when you're doing electronic music and it has a lot of sub-bass kind of oriented instruments in it and things like that. You'll want to know how to control those, and you know, how to find a good balance for those, and make sure that you don't muddy up a song. Otherwise, I mean, you know, I can see the idea of the track. It kind of reminds me of some of my old stuff, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, if you're just starting out, all I can really say is to just keep producing, because, you know, there's so many things to learn, and never get discouraged. You know, this is a year old, man. I don't even know why he sent in a year-old track, but, you know, that's that. Yeah, that looks like a moose. Alright, so we just gave a year-old track critique. Alright, that's probably not the first time that we've had such an old track submitted today. Alright, let's see who's next. I'm gonna add some more guys to the queue here. We've got Azure, Pixel Step. Check out the chat real quick. People are leaving. Peace out, man. See you later, Infinity. Alright, just talking about mooses and people leaving, saying hi. Alright. I just want to make sure I don't skip anybody here. We had, who is this? Zora, that's right. Okay, so we've got Pixel Step next with some Virtual Riot kind of stuff. Virtual Riot thing. And then after that we have Kenny Games. Swag Music. Dark Trap. Third song. Alright. Always make sure you put keywords like swag in your title if you want to get my attention. Just kidding. Alright, so we've got Vengeance as well. X-Car, I'm pretty sure, didn't we play one of yours, man? I can't even tell. I don't know, we'll find out, I guess. Alright, so this one, the Decoder and Kion, it's a collaboration. Here we go. Okay. DZK official. If we can get back with through these, I'll be amazed, but I'm gonna try. I'm probably gonna take a small break once again, though, like a 2-minute break, just to be able to stretch my back and my legs and grab something to make me feel better. Not sure what yet. Rubik's, oh my god, so many, but we're getting to the top here. I'm just gonna add all of these, and we're just gonna go through these, power through them, maybe one small break in between, and then we'll be good. And this stream will be recorded and uploaded to YouTube as long as it doesn't surpass 8 hours, which I'm sure it won't. But you can't stream, well, you can, but you can't record automatically through YouTube, record streams that are longer than 8 hours, so it's only gonna get 8 hours of the stream. I'm just talking to myself. Alright, we checked out this one. These are resubmissions because the first ones didn't work. Then we have this one. Oh boy, look at that list. And we have Rick's 17 minutes ago. Alright, look, I'm not doing anything that has been submitted less than 1 hour ago, sorry. That's because I put no more submissions into the title like an hour ago, so anything submitted 17 minutes. We got one from 1 minute ago. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be able to cover these guys. Not tonight. I can save them for the next stream, but no, not tonight. Alright, we've got one request here, and let's go ahead and play these tracks. Whew. Alright, yeah, have a good night, Tristan. Any of you guys have a story image you could... Blah, blah, blah. I do not have... I mean, you could run them through FL Studio and use Wave Candy. Yeah, I could use a new chair. Tea. Yeah, I could use some tea. I could use some tea. Absolutely. Alright, yeah, have a good night. Recetix. Alright, let's do this. We got Kion with Lethal here. Let me go ahead and get my OBS back up so I can mute my microphone. And we've got 17 people in the stream left still. That's freaking amazing to me considering it's almost 6 hours. Holy shit. Holy moly, alright, that was a pretty hard track, man. Holy shit. I like the percussion stuff too that you have going on there, that like sounds like kitchen pans and shit. Alright, so one question, Kion. What is the key of this track? Because that sub bass sounds unusually high. The track is fire, don't get me wrong. I love this freaking track, but I want to know what key, if you know what key this is in, because the sub bass sounds, it's like super high, man. If you could let me know. I probably can't guess. There was one in the last stream where the track was in like B5, and that's pretty high, and I was able to actually guess that one correctly. But my piano is not plugged in, so I have no like thing to reference it. I mean, I could open FL Studio. E minor, huh? Is it? Why does it feel so high? Because E minor sounds super low on my speakers. Let's see. Because this is what like sub bass normally feels like on my speakers, but it felt like it was way above that, like up here almost. Huh. Okay, multi-light. That's probably why. So I probably only like heard the top part come through, because it did feel subby, but for some reason it felt like super high at the same time, and that threw me off. So I didn't even catch on to that, huh? That's interesting. That's a dope track, man. Yeah, just like that one higher harmonic. I don't know. Very high. Anyways. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. I couldn't tell what the hell was going on with that, so I'm glad that you told me about that. Because that would have driven me crazy not knowing what the hell. But interesting sound design, dude. I mean, I don't really have any anything negative to say about it, which is good. So I don't have really any critique. Honestly, I don't even want to like say anything about the mix, because at this point my ears are so freaking fatigued that I'm not even gonna open my mouth about mixing, guys, at this point, just so you guys know. Because chances are I'll probably be speaking out of my ass at this point, just because my ears are like super fatigued, man. I don't know how many tracks we went through, but way too freaking many of them were like loud bangers, so. But nasty track, dude. And interesting to know about the sub bass, man. That's interesting. Something I'm gonna maybe try out. Anyways. Alright, Azura. I don't think you're here anymore. Nope. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna take a 2-minute break if you don't mind. Sorry, but I'll be right back. Again, I mean, my breaks are not very long, so I'll be right back. I'll be right with you again. Alright, so see you in a couple minutes.
urban myths concerning marijuana. Myths that lull thousands of young people into experimenting with obnoxious weed. Marijuana is an intoxicating, mind-muddling drug. Its use can lead to abnormal behavior, to psychological dependence, and to abuse of other drugs. Safer to use than alcohol. It's the in thing, the hula hoop of the jet generation, and as much a part of growing up.
Alright, so this is the last part of this stream. We're gonna get through these tracks, we're gonna check these out, see what everybody thinks. I'll give you my opinion, and I'm not really gonna be too crazy about like little mixing things, because my ears are pretty fatigued at this point anyway, so I'm probably gonna be more sensitive to higher pitches and things like that. Let's turn this off and let's play this. Alright, so that was really short. Kind of wish there was a little bit more to it. I mean, I dig the melody. You got nice drums. The drums pop out. Got sub bass. Yeah, I would just like to see more done with that. I mean, you could probably have like an ARP in there as well, and I'd like to see where this goes. I mean, once it builds up and everything, there's not much to say about a 1 minute and 18-second track, but I mean, so far, I guess good work. There's still, I'm sure, a lot that you can do with it in terms of effects and building off the melody that you have and having a nice, you know, full drop and everything. So, I mean, so far, good works, man. Yeah, the drums are probably, I don't know, they sound cymatic-y. There's also some Black Octopus drums that kind of sound like that, but even if they are cymatics, I mean, cymatics, there's one thing I like about cymatics is their drums. I don't really use their presets or anything, but I do like their drums, so can't really say anything bad about that. Okay, so cool track. Build up, no drop yet, lol, yeah. Alright, keep working on that, please. I would love to see where it goes. Okay, so next up we have Pixel Step. Let me just consult my list here. People still sending tracks. Please do not send any more tracks in. We have had more than enough. We are gonna wrap up after these here. Let me just make sure that, yeah, that's everything that's on here in this tab is gonna get played. And okay, cool, so we're ready to go. Alright, so once again we have something short, which, I mean, again, if it's so short, there's not really much to say. It's basically just a loop of a melody, I mean, which is nice, and definitely does sound very Virtual Riot-y, because you have that, Virtual Riot kind of lead there, which, quick mini tutorial, if you want to know how to make that in Serum, go into Digital, go into the Perfect Sequence Steps, grab yourself the wavetable position, slap it up just a little bit, bring an envelope on that, bring the attack on the envelope up, and you have that lead. Okay, so, I mean, like I said, it's very short, so, yeah, I mean, I would say just work on that, and, I mean, even though my ears are a little bit fatigued, I would say, I mean, the mix probably does still need a little bit of work there, too, to be honest. But the chords are nice, and the lead is nice, and, yeah, if you keep working on it, I'm sure it'll be a cool track, but again, it's super short, so there's not really much to say. There's so many things left out, like, arrangement, you know, things like that, and more sound design, which it kind of growls and stuff, even though they're there, could probably, I don't know, you could probably find a way to kind of, excuse me, bring them up a little bit more, so they can sound more impressive, because they're probably really cool sounds, but you don't really hear much of them, so just my 2 cents on that. Serix, I don't know if we played your song. If it's not here, then we probably already played it. I don't have my list open. I mean, I can check real quick. Doo-doo-doo-doo. At first glance, oh boy. Oh, yours, dude, yours is 14 minutes ago. You sent it in after I stopped taking submissions. It says, yeah, 14 minutes ago, uploaded 17 minutes ago. And I stopped taking submissions a little, probably over an hour ago at this point. So I'm gonna have to save that for next stream. And I'm gonna create a new system that makes this a little bit better and easier as well. So, sorry, man, it's just, like, I've been streaming for 6 hours now, and I just want to get the ones that are on the list done and stick to the cutoff time. So, anyways, cool stuff here. Anyways, that was a burp of wisdom. That's funny. Oh, shit. Alright, here we go. Okay, almost played some different stuff there. So this was super chill, man. Like, super dark, super chill. I like the appearance of this one sound, like, once throughout this 1 minute and 19 seconds. It just goes boom. Found that kind of funny. Not in a bad way, I just found that funny. I was like, whoa, and then it never really came back again. But, yeah, man, it just, you know, it gets a little repetitive. So, I mean, what you have is a good start. It's dark, it's, deep, and, you know, it's kind of chilled, so, I don't know, man, find ways of maybe building on that. I mean, I've probably said this a lot today because we've had a lot of kind of very short and, unfinished tracks today. Which is fine, I mean, that's why, you know, we have this thing. Give you suggestions on how you could maybe take that further, so... yeah, man, I would just take these different sections that you have. I mean, you have pretty much, you know, 4 sections of the same thing, plus this with the blow kind of thing happening, so, you know, separate those sections and just, you know, maybe treat them as individual sections where you try out different ideas, and try out different ideas on each one of those sections, and, you know, make sure they kind of work together in the context of the song, but, you know, can have these 4 different things happening. You know, you spend a little bit of time on each one of these, you know, this first quarter, then the second quarter, third and fourth, and once you have these 4 different ideas, you know, you've got 4 different variations. You can either, you know, kind of structure a song out of those different ideas that you have that kind of work in context together, or you can blend those ideas together. I mean, with music production, there's no real rules or limits, so you can take different ideas and try to bring them into one. You know, when I mean idea, it's basically like, you know, what you have, but something maybe built from that. So maybe changing something in one of these parts, or adding something in another, or, you know, completely chopping and screwing one part. And what you can do is either have one part that's totally chopped and screwed, or kind of take some of those bits that are chopped and screwed and bring it into some other sections and blend that together. So I don't know, man. I mean, your possibilities are endless here when you have something that's still, you know, kind of with basically room for improvement. So otherwise, cool. I mean, cool vibes, man. Definitely got the kind of dark kind of vibe going. So yeah, that's that. Next up, we have Defects with Vengeance. Some more dubstep here, so let's go. Alright guys, so cool sound design, man. I dig the sound design here with this sound. That was pretty grimy stuff there. Now personally I'm not too sure how I feel about the drum choice there. I feel like it could have had a punchier snare. And I don't know, the kick felt super boomy in comparison to the bass sounds and everything. So not that it's a bad kick on its own, but maybe, you know, having a different kick in there, something that's not as boomy, would kind of bring more kind of balance to the overall kind of sound of the track. So I don't know if it is that it just needs more beefiness in the kind of mid-range of the actual bass, or if the kick is just so super boomy. I don't know, I can't really tell, but I just feel like the kick just makes the bass feel weak, you know what I mean? Maybe with a different kick, or different processing on the kick, or whatever, maybe it could bring, you know, a different kind of contrast to the overall sound quality, or sound balance, I should say. That's just, I don't know, my point of view on that. So I would probably say, I mean, what I could critique the most on this would be probably more of the mixing, or slash drum choice, sample choice. Sound design didn't sound bad. I mean, maybe it could be processed to be a bit more beefy. Not sure how that would, you know, if that would be necessary if you had a different drum choice. I don't know, man, but I do dig the sound design. Didn't really dig the drums that much, if I have to be honest. But again, you know, some people like different drums, but I just personally didn't really dig them all that much. But I did like the sound design. And I like the intro, with the choirs and the cool ARP. So well done, man. Well done. Alright, so next up we have Xcar with 3. Probably don't have to mute my microphone. I don't think it's come through. Nope, it is. Okay. Alright, cool track. I would have to agree with that reversed kick thing. I think it's cool to hear that once in a while, but hearing it so often, I'm not sure how I feel about that. I don't think I like that either too much, personally. Just my opinion, but some other people kind of probably agree with me since they mentioned that as well. That kind of sound was cool though. I really like that sound. Hold on 1 second before I continue. Alright, yeah, I mean, it was a cool track, man. I mean, interesting sounds. Some of the mixing, I don't know, you could probably improve on some of the mixing. Maybe, some of the kind of, mids. I don't know, then again, I mean, I don't know, I don't really want to go on too much about mixing just because my ears, like I said, I'm pretty fatigued. I mean, it doesn't really sound too bad, probably. I like the sound design, man. I love the melodies. It sounds super epic. Excuse me, I got a burp again. No, I'm a fan. I mean, it's a good track, dude. Mainly just don't really like that reverse kick kind of thing. And, it's a cool track, man. I would say with less of that reverse kick, it would probably be even cooler, honestly. That's one of those things. I mean, I love reverse kicks for transitions and things like that, but it comes in a little bit much, and the way it comes in, I think it's just the sample in reverse itself may be a little bit too long too, because it has like that kind of the click, the transient of the kick. Like you can almost hear that as well. I like the sounds, man. Cool sounds, epic instruments and stuff. I don't know. I was gonna go on about the mix, but I don't want to talk shit about the mix in my current state, so I'm not gonna do that. Repost. Well, a lot of other tracks deserved reposts as well, and I didn't repost those simply because I wasn't even thinking about it. So I feel unfair in reposting this. You get a like from me out of fairness, and I'm gonna go back later and like whatever tracks aren't private as well, and I'll try to do so from now on as well. I just don't really, I don't know, I was more concerned about moving through the list rather than liking and reposting, just for fairness, because there was other tracks in here that were definitely worthy of reposts. Out of fairness, I'm gonna save the reposts for later, so I can go through these guys again. But cool track, man. Cool stuff, dude. Keep going with the productions. Alright, we got some dubstep here. Alright, let's see. Damn, 6 hours, holy crap. And 15 people are still here. I'm surprised anybody's even hanging around still. Alright, I almost just stopped streaming by accident. Just pressed the wrong button almost. Wanted to hit mute.
Depraved lunatic with a machine replacement head. Pull yourself up by your own bootstraps and please hack off your own feet and eat it.
We the best, yo.
strongly.
You spineless vegetable head of dead lettuce with the mental capacity of a Swatch battery, the cognitive skills of a pigeon, and the intelligent quotient of a dirt clod.
Headshot. Lol. Anyway.
To sum up, my worthless friend, Mark Sidran is a plastic toad, a horrible scab-infected abortion, a demonic fascist, a pathetic worm with dogmatic sermons for industrial sex, clear cutting.
Bitch. Good God. Lol. We the best, yo. Lol. We the best, yo.
Alright. As much as I love the drop stuff, this has to be like one of my favorite parts here. With the kind of percussive stuff and then the cool chords. Love this. This is awesome.
Following contains strong language.
You spineless vegetable. To sum up, my worthless.
Yeah, it was a cool track, man. That was a really interesting listen, especially since you had the live drums, the kind of acoustic kind of sounding drums.
Your clear cutting.
You know, the whole guitar kind of vibe
Watch
thing here.
battery.
Interesting sound design. I don't know, I kind of feel like the mix is a little off. Like, there could still be stuff done with the mix, in particular because the, I don't know, I guess the basses could feel a little bit beefier. That's just a nitpick, and I know I said I wouldn't really go off on that, but I feel like it could maybe be a little bit more impressive, because again, with between the bass sounds, it's a little I don't know, I feel like the consistency between the bass sounds is a little off, I guess I should say. So I feel like some of those could just be a little bit beefier, you know, done in a way where it doesn't become too harsh and bright to the ears either. But all in all, man, I mean, you know, that's just me looking for one thing that I would have to nitpick, which, you know, is something that I was thinking throughout these drops. But I really love what you guys did with this. I mean, this is an awesome collab. Really cool how you mixed, you know, different vibes and kind of different things into one track, and still made it work. Again, this is my favorite part here. But it's all pretty awesome, so good job on that, guys. Sweet. Yeah, that was cool, man. That was a really, really interesting listen. Definitely one of the more unique dubstep tracks that we've listened to today. Alright, so I think I have the right one now, DZK. Made sure that I switched those out. Almost forgot, but I did not forget. Alright, so here we go.
Yeah, I got a suggestion. Crack it.
Alright. I am definitely getting McDonald's after this now. Oh, I can have them delivered, but they'll be probably cold by the time you get them. Cool track, dude. Really freaking cool track. I like the vocal sample that you have here. Cool toms as well. Really dig that though, that whole vibe. It reminds me of like some like dark hip hop vibes, like even like some Tech 9 beats or something like that. I don't know why it reminds me of that, because Tech 9 usually doesn't have vocals like that, but for some reason the vibe gives me like a Tech 9 vibe, which is like a more hip hop kind of thing. Cool sound design though. Only don't like this high pitched sound, man. I'm like super sensitive to high pitched stuff, and I'm just overall, even before I got the sensitivity, not really a fan of like the super high pitched sounds. Only sound I don't like out of all this, to be honest, and that's just me being snobby. But like I said, cool track, man. I like the sound design that you have here. That's a cool sound. Should have like some kind of I mean, I know you got like an offbeat kind of chant going on, but I gotta burp again. Excuse me. I'd love to hear some more like offbeat stuff, maybe. Like some kind of offbeat pluck or something like that. Whether that be like a bell kind of pluck with a bit of reverb or something. I don't know, I feel like something else.
Die.
I'm just a fan of having these little offbeat kind of things going on. Otherwise, a cool track, man. Definitely cool track. Deserved that, like, for sure. Yeah, I just don't really dig the, like I said, the high-pitched kind of sounds. Especially my left ear doesn't like that too much, but like I said, then again, I was always kind of, like, high-pitched is cool, but that's a little bit too high-pitched for me. All this other stuff is cool, again. Being my favorite here. I don't know where it went, but cool stuff. Anyways, cool. Awesome. Nice. Alright. I think other people liked it as well. Yeah. It can be good if you EQ them right, indeed. God damn, all I can think about is McDonald's right now. So freaking hungry. Ooh, alright. That'll be my reward for streaming for 6.5 hours. By the time I'm done with this, it'll probably be like 7 hours almost. Alright, here we have Hellbow. Is that Hellbow? No, it's Hellbow. Okay. Okay, here we go. Kinda wish this one was a little bit longer too. Alright, well, anyways, I feel like the drums could be a little bit punchier on this. I mean, it seems like a very early work in progress. The sound design is pretty interesting. However, I just don't think the drums, in particular the kick, punches through enough. I mean, it's kind of buried there. Intro is really cool. Kind of wish there was more kind of this ambient stuff like this kind of happening over here. Kind of I don't know, maybe building up reverb right before it drops into this, maybe making the space a bit bigger. A lot that you can do with this. I mean, shit, there's so much room for this. There's so much room for new stuff to be put in here and stuff to be mixed and mangled up. But it's a 1-minute track, so not much to say about that. That's the unfortunate part about such early productions, because I mean, there's so many things you can do with it. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to tell you how to produce your track. I just, you know, find cool ways of building off of this and making this work for, you know, this duration of a track. There's multiple ways that you could probably do this. You know, whether you take the sounds you already have and do rearrangement to build different grooves, add percussion to the drum line, but you know, I would try to definitely get the drums, in particular the kick, to be a bit punchier. And I'm sure there's all kinds of cool stuff you can do with the intro, building all kinds of crazy atmospheres and stuff like that, and getting this to be a dark track. So alright, yeah man, just yeah, once you find a good track, a good kick, make sure you mix it with the bass right. Sound design's pretty cool. Interesting stuff, man. That little reverb bit there at the end, or whatever that was interesting too. So I mean, like I said, it's short, so not really much to say with it. Say about that. Yeah, I would love to see where this goes. So like I said, main criticism would just be punchier drums, and I'm sure with this kind of stuff, like neurofunk kind of stuff, you could do all kinds of crazy percussive stuff as well. Untitled Heavy Dubstep by Rubix. Here we go.
Okay, let's try something different.
Okay. Drop.
Alright, damn, that was, yeah, that was a freaking hell of a track right there. Definitely woke me up. Holy shit. Dude went out on, all out on this one, huh? Yeah, my only suggestion would be try not to murder me so freaking hard, dude. It's like, it's 12 o'clock at night, man. You freaking committing serial fucking murder over here right now. Holy shit. Yeah, I know, I know who that is on YouTube. I didn't know that was his. Holy shit. I'm like wide awake right now. I'm not. That was a hell of a track, man. I don't even know what to say. I mean, it's not really. I was just listening to it, jamming out to it. I don't really have anything to say. It's a finished track, man. What else do you want me to say? You want my feedback? It's a dope track, man. Freaking killer track. Hell yeah, heavy drums, heavy sounds. I was able to turn this up quite loud without it, you know, sounding awful or anything. Like, it sounds good, so. So cool stuff, man. I guess my feedback would just be hell of a track. Definitely woke my ass up. Alright. So thanks for the submission, man. I like that. That was a good listen. I think I needed that right about now. I'm awake now. Now I can go and get some McDonald's. Alright. Except that it's like 23 degrees out there. That's gonna suck. Alright, here we go with It's Over. We got some chill stuff. After that freaking death step kind of shit. Or robotic death step. We're gonna have some chill. The total opposite end of the spectrum. I need some coffee too. Alright, here we go, guys. How many people left in here? We got 11 people watching. Holy shit. And we've reached 6 hours and 40 minutes. What is wrong with me? Okay, so I got a couple of things here. I'm not sure if it's just me, if I was mishearing it, but that sound here. I don't know if I'm hearing this wrong, or if that's just not high passed or low cut enough, where it's kind of messing with the sub that's underneath it. I don't know if I'm just mishearing that, but it seems like when that sound comes in, it muddies up a little bit. What else is it? I don't know. Could just be me mishearing it. Like I said, I've been streaming for a long time. My ears could just be right now. But, yeah, I mean, it was a heck of a weird track, man. with that lasery kind of sound. I mean, it works. I mean, this part right here works the way it is. Not sure if I would consider this chill though. While it is a interesting kind of weird track, I wouldn't really consider it chill, to be honest with you. I've done that too, where I've made non-chill tracks and made them chill. Yeah, and then, I don't know, you got some of these random samples, like, you got the vocal stuff and then some of the moan stuff, which, you know, kind of quirky stuff, but some stuff I just don't really feel fits in there. Some of these samples, like that hit here. That. I don't even know where it is now. Like some of that. I don't know. You know, it's a kind of a strange track, which, you know, with the woo woo woo, it kind of works, but I feel like some of the sounds just don't really fit in this all that well. You got the Hoover sounds here. That was kind of cool there, that switching thing. But yeah, it also gets a little bit repetitive, so I don't know, man. I would keep working on it. It's got its really interesting moments. You know, shit like that is kind of interesting. And you got those little fills which I find interesting. It's just mainly, you know, just a couple of the sounds I don't really feel fit that much, and that would probably be my second biggest critique with this track, you know, alongside the kind of repetitive and almost empty kind of nature of it. But yeah, I mean, without that, I mean, like I said, some of these parts work. I would just keep working on it. Cool stuff though. Interesting. I love always just all the submissions, how for the most part they're all very different, which makes it really interesting. So I've had some really weird and trippy stuff on here, which a lot of it I've enjoyed. So here, the Richie the King, who has been bugging me to play this track for a while, and unfortunately he has long since gone, and I feel bad that he never really got to be live for his track being played. But, you know, I was trying to be fair and play everything in order, so his ended up being one of the last ones just because he sent it in pretty much towards the end when I was still taking submissions. So sorry, man. I really do feel like a dick, but I was trying to be fair so other people who sent it in early were able to get theirs played earlier. So first come, first serve, and next time I'm just gonna turn off submissions earlier so we can have, first of all, not as many tracks, and just to make it even, you know, fair. I mean, people waiting for hours, it's just ridiculous. Crazy. What is up? See, some people have returned here. Alright, 2 more tracks, and then I'm getting McDonald's and relaxing. So here we go. 13-year-old dubstep EDM. Okay, yeah, I would have to agree with you. He's probably still learning. I mean, he's 13 years old, so chances are he probably hasn't been producing for all that long. In which case, you know, this is total genuine, some totally genuine music right here. Reminds me of myself when I was first starting out. In which case, the biggest tip I guess I would have is just keep producing and keep learning, man. I mean, if you can make something like this, you know, just keep building on top of that. Who knows what you can make in a few years from now, or even a few months from now. Some people, especially young kids, I mean, around 13 years old, I've said this before in a different stream, you just absorb information like a sponge. So if you just keep producing, and maybe if you need, you know, other ways to kind of learn how music like this is made, go online and keep watching videos. I'm sure you already do that. Watch videos of people producing, watch professionals produce. You know, it's nothing better than watching somebody who's been doing it a long time do their thing. And just try to understand, you know, the basic fundamentals of making music. Don't try to overwhelm yourself with all this advanced stuff. You know, don't worry about these crazy mixing techniques yet. Don't worry about all this crazy sound design technique yet. Don't worry about the super complex music theory stuff. Take it step by step, you know, learn how to make each individual basic element of a track really well. Once you can do the basics really well, you know, you advance and you try to learn different and harder things. But in the beginning, it should just be about learning to make, you know, a song without going crazy on, you know, certain technical things, and neglecting some of the more fundamental things like arrangement. You know what I mean? There's so many things to learn about production, so just keep learning and try to learn everything you can and try to get as much hands-on experience. I mean, you can watch 20 videos a day for 2 weeks, but if you don't produce in that time, then what good is it? Because even though you absorb the information, you know, you have to use it and experiment with what works best for you and find your sound, you know. I mean, in this particular track, you know, there's a lot of things that you seem to be going for. I mean, you got like house vibes over here, like disco kind of stuff almost. And then you got some of the like 4/4 with some of the dubstep sounds. You got some like whoops from like bass house and things like that. So my suggestion with this track in particular is you know, just revisit it, and I don't know, I mean, as a beginner, there's not really much you can do with some of the information that I almost just said. I don't know. I mean, as a beginner, where would you go from here? Just keep producing. I don't know. In this particular track, I would say, okay, this is in your history, you know, make new music and just keep trying to advance it. I mean, it's got cool, interesting sound design on its own. I guess if I would have to critique this track, even knowing that you're a beginner, I would just say that each individual section doesn't really flow all that well. Like, even on its own, but together, like, as a track, the arrangement just needs a little bit of improvement, and that's going pretty hard in terms of critique. I would just have some arrangement that kind of flowed a little bit better, and you know, some of the sounds, I mean, this is dubstep, tagged as dubstep, but some of the stuff, even though we have dubstep sounds, doesn't really sound like dubstep. So I would just learn how to produce for, you know, a certain genre, and you know, learn those characteristics from the genre, because you have so many different influences in this track. While that can be a very ambitious attempt, that can be really hard to do well as a beginner. I think you should just stick to the, if you're trying to make dubstep, stick to the most basic fundamentals of dubstep, you know what I mean? And I'm sincerely trying to help, so it's just not really much I can say besides just keep producing. Like I said, there's just so many things to learn, and I could list off like 50 different things, and you know, they could just fly over your head. But so yeah, I mean, just keep producing and use the internet, you know, the information that's on the internet. All right. That was a long rant, and I was kind of too ranty there. I'm tired, so give me a break. Alright, last track. Oh my god, my back is killing me right about now. And I could really use a coffee and a shot of whiskey. Let's go ahead and play this one.
pretty good.
No. No.
Pretty good.
No.
It's time to stop. Hey. That's pretty good. Hey.
Okay, last track review. Whew. All right, so starting with this part right here, and basically both of these. As far as I'm aware of, these two parts, these two drops are lacking sub bass. As far as I'm aware of, I don't feel anything, and either I don't feel bass because it's not there, or just because it goes too low in a like C3 octave or whatever, or it's just too quiet. So could be one of those, but either way I don't feel any sub bass. So to me the drop doesn't feel as impactful, because all you have is the kind of kick without any of the bass underneath. You have plenty of mid-range and high-range sounds. I just want to make sure I'm not talking shite. I mean, I don't feel or hear any sub bass actually. Let me put the EQ up a little bit. Yeah. All I really hear is the doom, the the boominess from the kick there. But no sub bass, unfortunately. And that's an important thing to have in this kind of stuff. I mean, in dubstep or anything where you're going for this kind of bass genre, anything bass genre related, I should say. Holy shit, I can't even talk right. Sub bass is hugely important. That's what delivers a lot of the power from the sound. Anything above that is just, you know, texture and things like that. So that's one of the things I would pay attention to. I mean, you got cool sounds. Again, personally not a huge fan of like always having super high screechy sounds. Personally, I like to reserve those for short and contextual parts of the track. I'm not a fan of just having the constant screechy sounds. There was some cool sounds in between. On its own, I guess, you know, the sound design is cool. I'm just personally not a fan of that kind of stuff, if I have to be totally honest. And yeah, there's some chord stuff going on in the background, which I'm not sure if that goes with this too well. All in all, I would just, you know, keep working on this production, or, you know, if you're done with it, then keep some of those things in mind. Like I said, chords in the background just don't really seem to fit. They're really hard to hear, but when you do hear them, it just feels like they're either out of key or like they're just super like happy major, which honestly sometimes, most of the time, doesn't really work for this kind of stuff unless it's done in a way that it works. That doesn't make sense. Now, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's just about how you do it. So yeah, I mean, biggest gripe is just the lack of sub bass. I love how you have the iDubbbz and, you know, Filthy Frank memes, voice clips in there. Bonus points for that. But yeah, sub bass, sound design. And I guess if I could throw one last criticism in there, I would say a bit random on the basses. It sounds like cool. You got some interesting wobbles here. Try coming up with something that's a little bit more, I don't know, like a consistent rhythm. You don't have to, I don't know, always repeat the same stuff to be consistent. You can, you know, build consistency in a kind of basic kind of rhythm, while still kind of introducing new sounds. I don't know, I feel like there's a little bit of lack of like I said, a consistent groove, I guess, for the lack of better words. Like a what is the word I'm looking for? I mean, and ways to get around that, I mean, is like call and response kind of stuff, you know? It just feels like, you know, you're playing one patch and then the other. And I know I'm being like super probably critique on this, but I mean, that's what it's for. So, I don't know, man. Just keep producing, keep working on it. Use some sub bass. That goes a long way too. And you know, just when you think you're done with a track, wait a while, go back into it, and you know, you never know what you could what ideas you could come up with to kind of, you know, better what you already have and make it feel a little bit more tight and things like that. I mean, yeah, just keep producing, man, and get into using sub bass. If you're not sure how to do that, there's tutorials on YouTube. Just type in how to sub bass, and I'm sure you'll find a million of them. Basically, it's just a low sine wave or triangle wave, or a super low like square wave, low pass, high cut. Yep. So, boy, that was the last one. Oof. Been a while since I've seen this desktop empty. I've still got a video here. Probably don't need that. I hope not. Alright. Cool. Yeah, sorry, that was my last track, so I put a lot of effort into that critique. The last energy that I had. Yeah, I mean, the most important part, I would say, with that track, because you're on the right path, man. You guys, I would just say, like I said, get into learning how to make sub bass and things like that. I mean, I didn't know for the longest time either when I was starting out. I have plenty of I mean, 100 hertz sub, you can 50 hertz is like a good spot. 50 to 60 hertz is like a good spot for sub. That's usually when it feels like the heaviest. I mean, of course you can go above or below that, but yeah, around 50 hertz is usually a very good spot. 50 to 60 hertz or so. Above that, I would say anything below 100 hertz. I mean, you can go up to 100 hertz and sub bass will still make sense. But yeah, I guess 60 hertz I think is where it sounds the best for me. Let's go ahead and check before I get off this. Let's bring up a 3XOC and let's make it a triangle. That's not sub. There we go. So that's almost sub region. We can send it down one more octave. Right around here is where sub bass sounds the best for me. Right around there. Let's see where that is. So around F. F is like one of the most commonly used keys of a track. That's around 50 hertz, a little bit below 40. You can go up to around 55 on an A and still sounds pretty good. I mean, there's parts where you can bring it up higher. I would consistently keep it on an E5, which is almost 100 hertz, but you can go up an octave once in a while. And I just wouldn't consistently keep it up that high. I would keep my sub bass between, like I said, 50 hertz or so, 40 hertz, down to 40 hertz. You can bring it lower if you have good subs. As long as you can hear what you're doing. I mean, if you're mixing sub bass blindly, then you're kind of pissing in the wind. That doesn't make sense. Anyways, what's up, man? You just joined us at the end of a 7-hour stream. Like, I'm literally right about to wrap this up. Whew, get myself some McDonald's. Alright, so thanks everybody who hung out. Thanks for all these submissions. I can't believe we made it through like 30 or 40 tracks. It must have been like over 30 tracks. I don't know, at least over 20. Feels like it was 50. It was a lot of music. Look at all this music we listened to today. Look at all this music we listened to today. We listened to all of this. Yeah, even the stuff from 2 days ago, even the stuff from 8 days ago, we listened to all of this. I don't know, probably 20 tracks. 30, 40 is an overstatement, exaggeration, but yeah. Alright, so before I wrap this up, just want to let you guys know, for anybody that's new, made a producer community page on Facebook. So if you guys want to submit music and discuss music production, get feedback and stuff like that, you guys can go ahead and join this group. I'm going to put this in the description and in the chat. That's a Facebook group, and I just announced it today, so all these members are pretty much all from today, so it's a pretty new thing. And yeah, hopefully we'll get plenty of people using this. I'm going to check this back out tomorrow, check out some of the posts. If there are any new ones, check out some of these older posts. And yeah, I already got a request to join right now, so I'm going to go ahead and do that, get some food. Thanks again to everybody who hung out. I really do appreciate it. We had some awesome music. And yeah, I'm going to go eat. I'm freaking starving right now. Alright, so, again, thank you very much, and I really appreciate everybody who was so incredibly patient. I mean, people stuck around for hours and hours. Granted, I'm the one who stuck around the longest at a good 7 hours and 10 minutes, but that's besides the point. Alright, so, yeah, have a good night, everybody. Thanks again, and peace out.